This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been sitting on this story for almost 7 years now, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I've tried telling a few close friends, but they just think I'm exaggerating or making it up entirely. I guess that's why I'm finally posting it here. Maybe someone will believe me, or better yet, maybe someone has experienced something similar. This all happened back in the summer of 2016. I had just dropped out of Auburn University after 2 years of barely passing my classes. College just wasn't for me, and the mounting debt wasn't worth it for a degree I wasn't even sure I wanted. So I moved back to my hometown in rural Alabama, a tiny place that's barely on the map. I needed to make money fast. My parents weren't exactly thrilled about me dropping out, so proving I could support myself was important. I managed to get a job with one of those grocery delivery services that were just starting to become popular. The pay wasn't great, but it was flexible, and in a small town like ours, I didn't have many options. The job was pretty straightforward. I'd get orders through the app, shop for the groceries, and deliver them to people's homes. Most of my customers were elderly folks who couldn't drive anymore or busy families who didn't have time to shop. It was boring work, but it paid the bills. About 3 weeks into the job, I got an order that came in around 9:30 at night. This was unusual because most people in our area placed their orders earlier in the day. The order wasn't big, just some milk, bread, eggs, and a few canned goods. Basic survival stuff. The delivery address was on County Line Road, which immediately made me uneasy. County Line Road was notorious in our area. It's this long, winding road that cuts through dense woods about 15 miles outside of town. There are only a handful of houses out there, most of them old farmhouses set far back from the road. There are no streetlights, and cell service is spotty at best. Most locals avoid driving there at night if they can help it. Not because of any specific incidents, but more because it's just unsettling. I almost declined the order, but I needed the money. Plus, I figured I'd be fine. I'd driven down County Line Road plenty of times during the day, and while it was creepy, it was just a road. I collected the groceries and loaded them into my car, a beat-up 2004 Honda Civic that had seen better days. The GPS said it would take about 25 minutes to reach the address. As I drove, the houses became fewer and farther between until I was surrounded by nothing but dense forest on both sides of the road. It was a moonless night, and my headlights barely cut through the darkness. The trees created these weird shadows that seemed to move and shift as I drove past. My radio kept cutting in and out, which wasn't helping my growing anxiety. Eventually, I just turned it off and drove in silence. After what felt like forever, my GPS announced that I had arrived at my destination. I pulled over and looked around, but I didn't see a house, just more trees and darkness. I checked the address again and realized I needed to turn onto a dirt driveway that was almost hidden by overgrowth. The driveway was rough and uneven, full of potholes that made my car bounce and jolt. After about a quarter mile, I finally saw the house. It was an old 2-story farmhouse with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch. Most of the windows were dark, but there was a faint light coming from somewhere inside. I parked and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. There was something off about the place. It looked abandoned. The yard was overgrown, and parts of the porch seemed to be rotting away. But someone had ordered groceries, so clearly someone lived there. I grabbed the grocery bags and walked up to the porch. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, and I swear I could feel the whole structure shift slightly. I was about to knock on the door when I heard the sound of tires on gravel. I turned around and saw a police cruiser pulling up behind my car, its headlights momentarily blinding me. The car was an older model, not like the newer ones our local department used. It had sheriff written on the side, but I couldn't make out which county in the dim light. The cruiser's door opened, and a tall figure stepped out. He was wearing a standard police uniform, dark blue with a badge, but something about him seemed off. He was incredibly thin, almost gaunt, and moved with this strange stiffness. As he approached, I noticed his face looked waxy and pale in the moonlight. "You shouldn't be here," he called out, his voice surprisingly deep and hollow. "This property is off limits." I fumbled with the grocery bags. "I'm just delivering an order, sir. Someone at this address ordered groceries." He reached the bottom of the porch steps but didn't come up. Instead, he just stood there, staring at me with these dark eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "No one lives here," he said flatly. "This house has been empty for years." A chill ran down my spine. "But I got an order. Someone paid for these groceries to be delivered here." "Leave the bags on the porch and go," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "It's not safe for you to be here after dark." I wanted to ask more questions, but something about this officer made me deeply uncomfortable. So I did as he said, placed the bags by the door, and quickly headed back to my car. The officer watched me the whole time, not moving from his spot. As I got in my car, I glanced back at the house and could have sworn I saw a figure standing in one of the upstairs windows. Just a silhouette, there and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure if I'd actually seen anything. I started my car and turned around, having to drive past the police cruiser to get back to the main road. As I passed, I noticed the officer had turned to watch me leave, but he didn't get back in his car. He just stood there, perfectly still, watching me drive away. Once I was back on County Line Road, I tried to call my supervisor to report the weird delivery, but my phone showed no service. I drove a bit faster than necessary, eager to get back to civilization. When I finally got home around 11:30 that night, I checked the app to see if the customer had complained about not receiving their groceries in person. That's when things got even weirder. The order was gone from my history, completely vanished, as if it had never existed. My earnings for the night didn't include that delivery either. I called customer service the next morning, and they had no record of any order being placed for that address on County Line Road. The representative I spoke with suggested I might have imagined it or confused it with another delivery, but I knew what I had seen and done. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to do some research on that house. I went to our local library and asked the librarian if she knew anything about an old farmhouse on County Line Road. The moment I mentioned the location, her expression changed. "You mean the Miller place?" she asked, lowering her voice even though there was nobody else around. I nodded, not knowing if that was the right name, but wanting to hear what she had to say. She told me that back in the 80s, a man named Harold Miller had lived in that house with his wife and 2 children. One night, for reasons unknown, he killed his entire family with a hunting knife. When police arrived the next day, after a concerned neighbor called, they found the bodies, but Harold was nowhere to be found. He simply vanished. The strangest part of the story, according to the librarian, was that multiple neighbors reported seeing a police cruiser parked outside the house the night of the murders, even though no one had called the police until the following day. When investigators looked into it, they found that no officers had been dispatched to the area that night. I felt sick as she told me this. She must have noticed my reaction because she asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about doing research for a school project and quickly left. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about that house and the strange officer. I found myself driving down County Line Road during daylight hours, slowing down as I passed the hidden driveway, but never quite working up the courage to turn in. One evening, around dusk, I noticed a police cruiser parked on the side of County Line Road. It was the same older model I had seen at the house. There was no officer in sight, but seeing the car made my blood run cold. I sped up and drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After that, I started noticing the cruiser more frequently, always parked in different spots along County Line Road, always empty. I began taking alternate routes, even if they added 20 minutes to my drive. About a month after the initial delivery, I was driving home late from a friend's house. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was tired. Without thinking, I took my usual route, which included a stretch of County Line Road. I was about halfway down the road when my headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was the officer. He was just standing there, perfectly still, facing my approaching car. I slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop about 20 feet away from him. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and pointed at me. Not in an accusatory way, but like he was claiming me. I panicked and slammed my foot on the gas, swerving around him. As I sped past, I caught a glimpse of his face in my headlights. His skin was gray and seemed to be peeling in places, revealing something dark underneath. His eyes were completely black, with no whites visible. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed. I floored it, pushing my old Honda to speeds it was never designed for. In my rearview mirror, I saw headlights appear and begin gaining on me. The cruiser was following, closing the distance rapidly despite how fast I was going. The road was dark and winding, and I was driving way too fast. Several times I nearly lost control on sharp curves. The cruiser stayed right behind me, so close that its headlights filled my car with blinding light. I was approaching an intersection where County Line Road meets Highway 16. If I could just make it there, I'd be in a more populated area. The cruiser must have realized my plan because it suddenly accelerated, ramming into my back bumper. My car fishtailed, and I struggled to keep control. The cruiser hit me again, harder this time. I was certain I was going to crash and die on that road. But just as I reached the intersection, something strange happened. I checked my mirror, expecting to see the cruiser right on my tail, but it was gone, completely vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next, nothing. Just the empty, dark road behind me. I didn't stop driving until I reached home. My car was damaged. The back bumper was dented and partially torn off, but there was no paint transfer or any evidence that another vehicle had hit me. I quit my delivery job the next day and moved in with my cousin in Birmingham 2 weeks later. I couldn't stay in that town anymore, not with County Line Road so close. I've never gone back, not even to visit my parents. They come to see me instead. To this day, I don't know what happened that summer. Was it really the ghost of Harold Miller, somehow possessing or appearing as a police officer? Was it something else entirely? All I know is that when I dream about it, which happens more often than I'd like, I always see those black eyes staring at me from that waxy, peeling face and that pointing finger, as if to say, "You're next." I still check my rearview mirror more than I need to, especially at night. And whenever I see a police cruiser, my heart races until I can confirm it's a modern model with a living, breathing officer inside. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I guess I need to get it off my chest, even if no one believes me. I've been a detective with the Ashford PD for almost 12 years, and I've seen some disturbing stuff in my time. Domestic violence cases, armed robberies gone wrong, even a few homicides. But nothing prepared me for what happened 3 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night in November, cold and rainy. I was working the graveyard shift, which I typically don't mind. The quiet hours give me time to catch up on paperwork, and calls are usually minimal. Around 1 in the morning, dispatch radioed in about a missing persons report that needed immediate attention. Normally these wait 24-48 hours, but something about this one was flagged as urgent. The call was about a guy named Robert Mercer, mid-30s, who had apparently left for work yesterday morning and never came home. I grabbed my jacket and headed to the address in the Oakwood neighborhood. Nice area, upper-middle-class homes with manicured lawns. Not the kind of place where people typically go missing. I pulled up to the house around 1:30. All the lights were on, which struck me as odd for that time of night. I knocked, and the door swung open almost immediately. Robert's wife, Anna, according to my notes, looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she kept wringing her hands as she ushered me inside. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said, her voice shaky. "I know it hasn't been that long, but this isn't like him. Something's wrong." I took out my notepad and started with the standard questions. When she'd last seen him, what he was wearing, if they'd argued, if he had any reason to take off. The usual stuff. But as she answered, I noticed something off about her demeanor. She seemed scared, but not just worried, spouse scared. Something deeper. "Has Robert been acting normal lately?" I asked. She hesitated just for a second. "He's been distant for about a week now, working late, barely talking when he comes home. I thought maybe he was having an affair, but what? He's been having nightmares, bad ones. He wakes up sweating, sometimes screaming things that don't make sense. 2 nights ago, I found him in the kitchen at 3 in the morning just staring out the window." I jotted this down. "Did he say what the nightmares were about?" "He wouldn't talk about it, just said he needed to make things right." I asked if I could look around, maybe find some clue to where he might have gone. Anna led me upstairs to their bedroom. It was immaculate, too clean, like it had been recently scrubbed down. The bed was made with hospital corners. Robert was an accountant, according to Anna, but this level of tidiness seemed excessive even for someone who worked with numbers. While Anna was checking his closet to see if any clothes were missing, I noticed the corner of the area rug was slightly turned up. Subtle, but my eye caught it. I knelt down and lifted the rug, finding nothing. But something made me look under the bed. That's when I saw it. A leather-bound journal, wedged between the bed frame and the wall. I pulled it out and opened it, and immediately felt my stomach drop. The pages were filled with disturbing sketches, twisted human figures with elongated limbs, buildings with too many angles, and strange symbols I'd never seen before. Some pages had what looked like mathematical equations scribbled in the margins. And then there was a list of names, 7 of them, with dates next to each one. I recognized those names. They were all missing persons cases from the last 6 months. Cases that had gone cold. Cases that, according to my captain, weren't connected. When I looked up, Anna was watching me from the doorway, her face pale. "You shouldn't have found that," she whispered. "Mrs. Mercer, did you know about this?" I stood up slowly, keeping the journal in my hand. "You don't understand what you're dealing with, Detective Carter. None of us do." Her voice had changed, become flatter somehow. "I think you need to explain what's going on here." I tried to keep my voice steady, professional. These are missing persons. If your husband is involved, he was trying to stop it," she cut in. "That's why they took him. That's why they'll take you too if you keep looking." Before I could respond, a loud slam echoed through the house. We both froze. "Is someone else here?" I asked, my hand instinctively moving to my gun. She shook her head, eyes wide. "The basement door, it does that sometimes, when they're coming." Under normal circumstances, I would have called for backup right then, but something about the absolute terror in her eyes made me hesitate, and I needed to see what was in that basement. "Show me," I said. She led me downstairs and through the kitchen to a narrow door tucked beneath the staircase. It was locked with a deadbolt that required a key. "Robert has the only key," she said, but when I tried the handle, it turned easily. The door swung open to reveal a set of wooden stairs descending into darkness. I pulled out my flashlight. "Stay here," I told her, but she grabbed my arm. "Please don't go down there." I gently removed her hand. "I need to check it out. It's my job." The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended. The basement was cold, much colder than the rest of the house, and smelled of damp earth and something metallic, like old pennies. My flashlight beam caught the walls, and I nearly stumbled backward. Every inch of wall space was covered in the same strange symbols from Robert's journal, painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. They formed complex patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. In the center of the room sat a large wooden chest, ancient-looking, bound with iron bands and secured with heavy chains. As I approached the chest, I swear I heard a whisper, "Don't open it." I spun around, but I was alone in the basement. The whisper came again, this time from behind me, then from above, then from all around. Multiple voices, barely audible. "Don't open it. Please don't open it." My training told me to back out, call for backup, and secure the scene, but something compelled me forward. I needed to know what was in that chest. I needed to understand what was happening in this house, in my city. The chains weren't locked. They were just wrapped around the chest multiple times. I unwound them, my hands shaking slightly, and lifted the heavy wooden lid. Inside were stacks of yellowed papers, old journals similar to Robert's, and dozens of photographs. I grabbed a handful of the photos first. They showed Ashford City, but wrong somehow. The buildings were the same, but there were shadows where shadows shouldn't be, and in some photos, I could make out figures blending into the landscape. Tall, impossibly thin figures with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. One photo showed the police precinct, my precinct, with one of these figures standing at the entrance. The photo was dated 1976. There was a map of Ashford with locations marked in red, including the police station, City Hall, and several other buildings throughout the city. Connecting these points formed the same symbol that was repeated most frequently on the basement walls. I was so absorbed in what I was finding that I didn't hear the basement door close. It wasn't until I heard the deadbolt slide into place that I looked up. Anna stood at the top of the stairs, but she wasn't the same woman who had let me into her home. Her eyes were completely black now, like pools of oil, and when she spoke, her voice had a strange echo to it, as if multiple people were speaking at once. "You should have listened. Detective Mason Carter," she said, using my full name, though I'd only introduced myself as Detective Carter. "Robert thought he could stop it too. He thought exposing them would end it all. But they've been here longer than the town itself. They're in the soil, in the air, in the water we drink." I drew my gun. "Step away from the door, Mrs. Mercer." She laughed, a sound that made my skin crawl. Anna isn't here anymore. She hasn't been here since you found the journal. That was the trigger. What did you do to Robert? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. Robert served his purpose, as will you. She, or whatever was using her body, began descending the stairs. The gathering is coming. The 7 were just the beginning. 7 to open the way, 7 to break the seal. I backed up until I hit the wall, my gun still trained on her. Stay back! She kept coming, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. You can join us willingly, Mason. It's easier that way, less painful. Robert fought, and look what happened to him. My back was literally against the wall now. The symbols behind me seemed to pulse with heat. In desperation, I fired a warning shot into the ceiling. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, but Anna didn't even flinch. She just kept coming, now only a few steps away. Then I noticed something. A small window near the ceiling, probably designed for ventilation. It was tiny, but I'm not a big guy. I might be able to squeeze through. I fired another shot, this time at the lock on the window. The glass shattered, and cold night air rushed in. I holstered my gun, jumped to grab the windowsill, and pulled myself up and through, barely making it as Anna's fingers grazed my ankle. I tumbled onto the wet grass outside, scraped and bleeding from the broken glass, but alive. I scrambled to my feet and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys as I looked back at the house. Anna, or whatever was inside, her, stood in the doorway, watching me with those black eyes. She didn't try to pursue me. She didn't need to, because as I drove away, I realized the truth. I couldn't escape what I'd learned. The knowledge itself was the trap. I reported everything when I got back to the station. The journal, the basement, the chest full of evidence. A team was dispatched to the Mercer house, but by the time they arrived, the place was empty. No Anna, no symbols on the walls, no chest. Even the broken basement window had been repaired. According to my colleagues, the place looked perfectly normal, just an empty house whose owners had apparently packed up and left. But I know what I saw, and in the 3 weeks since, I've noticed things. Symbols like those in the basement appearing around the city, carved into tree trunks or spray-painted on alley walls. Black-eyed people watching me from crowds. Whispers that follow me down empty streets. The worst part is, when I tried to pursue the investigation, I hit roadblocks at every turn. Missing persons files had disappeared from our database. Evidence I'd collected had vanished from the evidence locker, and my captain told me in no uncertain terms to drop it. His exact words were, "Some stones are better left unturned, Carter." That's when I realized what the map in the chest was showing. The marked locations weren't random. They were positions of power in Ashford. City officials, police leadership, business owners. This thing, whatever it is, has been here for generations, burrowing into the foundation of our city like rotten wood. I don't know what to do now. I'm being watched. I'm sure of it. I've started seeing the same symbols from the basement in my dreams. Sometimes I wake up in different rooms of my apartment with no memory of how I got there. And last night, I found myself standing at my kitchen window at 3 a.m, just staring out into the darkness, just like Robert had done. I think they're coming for me next. I think I'm running out of time. Story 3. I've never told this story publicly before. The whole thing still feels like a bad dream, but I know what I saw that night. I know what I heard, and I can't keep it inside anymore. For 5 years, I lived on Pinewood Lane. It was a quiet street, the kind where everyone knows each other's names but respects each other's privacy. My house wasn't anything special. just a small 3-bedroom with a decent yard backing up to a dense forest. I loved that forest. Used to go hiking there almost every weekend. Not anymore, though. Everything changed when the Thompsons moved in next door in early May. They seemed normal at first, just your average family with 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Ryan was 7, I think, and Emma was 5. Cute kids, always laughing and playing in their yard. Mr. Thompson, David, worked in finance or something. He commuted to the city every day. His wife, Sarah, stayed home with the kids. The first few weeks were fine. They invited the whole neighborhood over for a housewarming, brought cookies around, normal stuff. The kids would wave to me when I was getting my mail. I even helped David set up their sprinkler system one weekend. But then things started getting odd. It was subtle at first. I'd be sitting on my back porch in the evening, having a beer, and I'd hear the kids laughing. Normal kid laughter, right? But then it would shift, almost imperceptibly, into something else, like whispers, multiple voices, not just the 2 kids, and they seemed to be coming from the edge of the woods, not their yard. I figured it was just the wind playing tricks, maybe carrying sound from somewhere else in the neighborhood. About a month after they moved in, I noticed David standing in his backyard at like 2 in the morning. I was up late watching a movie and went to the kitchen for a snack when I spotted him through my window. He was just standing there, completely motionless, staring into the woods. He was wearing pajama pants but no shirt, despite it being pretty cool that night. I watched him for maybe 5 minutes and he never moved, not once. Eventually, I just went back to bed, feeling uneasy. The neighborhood had a barbecue in mid-June. Everyone was there, including the Thompsons. That's when I really started to notice something was wrong. The kids were different. They still played with the other neighborhood kids, but I caught them several times standing apart, whispering to each other and looking toward the forest. Once, I walked by them to grab a drink and heard Emma say, "He's waiting for us again tonight." Ryan shushed her immediately when he saw me. Sarah seemed off too. She kept losing track of conversations, her eyes drifting to the tree line. When someone would ask her a question, it took her a few seconds too long to respond, like she was coming back from somewhere far away. By July, things had deteriorated further. David stopped commuting to work as often. I'd see his car in the driveway during weekdays. The blinds at their house stayed closed most of the time. The kids stopped playing outside altogether. One evening in late July, I ran into Sarah at the grocery store. She looked terrible, dark circles under her eyes, hair unwashed. When I asked how things were going, she just stared at me for a moment before saying, "They don't sleep anymore. They just whisper all night." Before I could ask what she meant, she hurried away, leaving her half-filled cart in the aisle. I started hearing noises from their house at night. Not fighting or anything like that, just movement, doors opening and closing at odd hours. Once, around 3 in the morning, I swear I heard all 4 of them leave the house and head toward the woods. I looked out my window and saw flashlight beams disappearing between the trees. The next day, their car was gone. I thought maybe they'd left town, and I felt relieved, but they came back 3 days later, all of them looking exhausted. The kids had changed the most. They were pale, with dark circles under their eyes that no child should have. But they were smiling, constantly smiling. I tried to keep my distance after that. Something was clearly wrong with that family, and I didn't want to get involved. Maybe they were in some kind of cult. Maybe there were drugs involved. Not my business. Then came that night in August. We had a massive thunderstorm roll in around 10 o'clock, the kind where the lightning is so bright it illuminates everything like daylight for a split second. and the thunder shakes the walls. I've always loved storms, so I was sitting on my covered porch, watching it. Around 11:30, during a brief lull in the thunder, I heard a loud crash from the Thompson house, followed by screaming. Not pain screaming, panic screaming. I hesitated, but when I heard it again, I grabbed my raincoat and flashlight and ran over. I pounded on their front door, but nobody answered. The door was unlocked though, so I went in, calling out their names. The house was a mess, furniture overturned, pictures knocked off walls. I found Sarah in the kitchen, soaking wet, clearly hysterical. "They're gone," she kept saying. "They went into the woods. They're gone." I tried to calm her down, to understand what was happening. David wasn't home. He'd left for a business trip that morning, she said. The kids had been acting strange all day, refusing to eat, just sitting and whispering to each other. She'd fallen asleep on the couch around 9, and when the storm woke her up at 11, the back door was open and the kids were gone. I told her to call the police, but she grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in so hard they left bruises. "No police," she hissed. "They'll take them away from me. We have to find them ourselves. Now." Looking back, I should have called the police anyway. I should have refused to go with her. But there was something in her eyes, a mother's desperation mixed with something else, something that made me believe she knew more about where they might be than she was saying. So we grabbed flashlights and headed out into the storm, into those woods I used to love. The rain had let up a bit, but the ground was saturated, mud sucking at our shoes with every step. Sarah moved with purpose, like she knew exactly where she was going, deeper and deeper into the forest. After about 15 minutes of walking, I started to hear it. Giggling, children giggling, somehow audible even over the rain and distant thunder. Sarah heard it too. I could tell by the way her body tensed. We followed the sound, which kept moving, always seeming to come from just a little further ahead. The giggling gradually changed, morphing into whispers, just like I'd heard from my porch all those weeks ago. But now I could almost make out words, though not quite. It was like listening to a conversation in another language. You can tell it's speech, but you can't understand it. We reached a clearing I'd never seen before, despite all my hikes in these woods. It was perfectly circular, maybe 30 feet across, without a single tree or bush growing in it, just wet grass and mud. And standing in the center were Ryan and Emma. They were holding hands, forming a small circle. They were soaked to the skin, but didn't seem to notice or care. They were swaying slightly, still whispering, their eyes fixed on something between them, a dark, shapeless mass that seemed to hover about 3 feet off the ground. It's hard to describe that thing. It wasn't solid, but it wasn't smoke either. It was like a tear in reality, a patch of absolute darkness that somehow moved and pulsed. And it was growing, expanding outward as the children's whispers intensified. Sarah screamed her children's names and ran toward them. I tried to grab her, to hold her back, but she was too quick. As she reached the edge of the children's circle, the dark mass surged upward, expanding rapidly. The kids turned to look at their mother, and their faces, God, their faces. They weren't scared. They were smiling those same constant smiles, but their eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all. "He says we can play forever, Mommy," Emma said, her voice overlapping with other voices, as if multiple people were speaking through her. "He says you can play too." The mass lunged towards Sarah. I don't know how else to describe it. It moved with purpose, reaching out with what looked like tendrils of pure darkness. She stumbled backward, falling into the mud. I ran forward to help her up, and as I did, One of those tendrils brushed against my arm. The cold was indescribable. Not just physical cold, though it felt like plunging my arm into Arctic water, but an emotional cold. Like every happy memory I'd ever had was suddenly drained of all joy, leaving only empty shells behind. For a split second, I felt a presence, a consciousness so alien and vast that my mind couldn't begin to comprehend it. And it was aware of me. The children started screaming then, not in fear, but in a kind of ecstasy, their voices still layered with others. The mass grew rapidly, engulfing them, spreading outward. The air itself seemed to darken, and I couldn't see anything. Not my flashlight, not Sarah, not my own hand in front of my face. I felt Sarah grab my arm, and we ran. We ran blindly through absolute darkness, crashing into trees, slipping in mud, guided only by our desperate need to escape. I don't know how we found our way back, but suddenly we burst out of the tree line into her backyard. The storm had passed, and the night was eerily still. Sarah collapsed on the grass, sobbing. I was trying to catch my breath, trying to process what we'd just seen, when the back door of her house opened. Ryan and Emma stood there, dry and in their pajamas, looking confused. "Mommy, why are you and Mr. Alex in the yard?" Ryan asked, his voice normal, his eyes normal. Sarah screamed. I don't blame her. I nearly did too. The kids said they'd been in bed the whole time. They didn't remember going into the woods. They didn't remember the clearing or the darkness. But Emma said something, very quietly, when her mother was hugging them both tightly. She said, "The man in the woods says we can still play with him whenever we want." The Thompsons changed after that night. Sarah wouldn't let the kids out of her sight. They kept all their blinds closed all the time. They never went into their backyard. 2 weeks later, they put their house up for sale, and by October, they were gone. I still live on Pinewood Lane. I don't use my back porch anymore. I don't hike in those woods. Sometimes, when the wind is right, I still hear whispers coming from the trees. Sometimes, I see shapes moving between the trunks at dusk. The new family that moved in seems nice. They have a little boy who loves to play in the backyard. Yesterday, I saw him standing at the edge of the woods, waving to someone or something between the trees. I should warn them. I know I should. But who would believe me? Story 4. I still can't sleep properly after what happened last month. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. It was the third weekend of October, and I'd been at my friend Megan's cabin near Whitefish, Montana for a short getaway. We live about 2 hours apart, and these mini retreats help us stay connected despite our busy lives. The weekend had been perfect, hiking, cooking, catching up by the fire. But I had to head back Sunday evening because of an early Monday meeting. I left around 9 at night, which wasn't ideal, but I've made the drive plenty of times. The route takes you through some pretty remote areas with these dense pine forests, pressing in from both sides. Usually I don't mind the drive, but that night felt different from the moment I pulled out of Megan's driveway. The temperature had dropped drastically, had to be around 25 degrees, and this thick fog had settled in patches along the road. My old Honda's heater was struggling to keep up, and I kept having to wipe condensation from the inside of the windshield. The road was completely empty, which isn't unusual for a Sunday night in rural Montana, but somehow the emptiness felt deliberate, like the universe had cleared the stage for whatever was about to happen. About 40 minutes into the drive, I noticed my gas light had come on. Stupid, I know. I should have filled up before leaving Megan's, but I thought I had enough to make it to the station in Lakeside. The realization made my stomach tighten. There's a 30-mile stretch with absolutely nothing between the turnoff I'd just passed and the next town. I was weighing my options when I noticed headlights behind me. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, and I felt instant relief. At least I wasn't completely alone out here. I slowed down a bit, hoping they'd pass, but instead, the car stayed right behind me, matching my speed exactly. Then the lights changed. Red and blue flashed through my rear window, reflecting off my mirrors and filling the car's interior with alternating colors. A police cruiser. My first thought was, why are they pulling me over? I wasn't speeding. If anything, I was going under the limit because of the fog and my gas situation. I pulled onto the narrow shoulder, the tires crunching over gravel and dead pine needles. The cruiser stopped about 15 feet behind me. I rummaged through my glove compartment for my registration, then grabbed my license from my wallet, ready to hand them over. But the officer didn't approach right away. Through my side mirror, I could see the driver's door open, then a tall figure step out. Something about the way he moved immediately set off alarm bells. It wasn't the confident stride you expect from a cop. It was slow, mechanical almost. Each step seemed calculated, like he was having to consciously remember how walking works. When he finally reached my window and I got a good look at him, my skin went cold. He was wearing what looked like a standard Montana Highway Patrol uniform, but it seemed wrong. Slightly outdated, maybe? The fabric had this dull quality to it, not like the crisp uniforms I've seen officers wear. His face was gaunt, with pronounced cheekbones and unnaturally pale skin that seemed to absorb the flashlight beam rather than reflect it. But it was his eyes that really got to me. They were too wide, too intense, like he was using every muscle in his face to keep them open. I rolled down my window and immediately regretted it as freezing air rushed in. It was much colder than it should have been, even for October in Montana. "License and registration," he said, and his voice, God, his voice. It was hollow and flat, completely devoid of the normal fluctuations of human speech. Like someone had recorded a normal person saying those words, then stripped away all the humanity. I handed over my documents with shaking hands. "Officer, can I ask why you pulled me over? I don't think I was speeding." He didn't answer. He just stared at my license with those terrible eyes, not blinking, not once. Then he handed back my documents and said, "Step out of the vehicle, ma'am." Every instinct in my body screamed no. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that getting out of my car would be a terrible mistake. But what choice did I have? He was a police officer. Refusing would only make things worse, right? "Is there a problem, officer?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Step out of the vehicle now." His tone hadn't changed at all. No emphasis, no emotion. I unbuckled my seatbelt and slowly opened my door. The cold hit me like a physical force. It wasn't just October in Montana cold. It was an unnatural, bone-deep cold that seemed to radiate from the officer himself. "Place your hands on the hood of your vehicle," he instructed. I did as I was told, my mind racing through possible explanations. Was my taillight out? Had I swerved without realizing it? Was this some kind of drug checkpoint? I could feel him standing behind me, not moving, not speaking, just standing there. The silence stretched on for what felt like minutes. I was about to turn around when he leaned in close, so close I could feel his presence just inches from my ear, and whispered, "You shouldn't have stopped." Then nothing. No footsteps walking away, no car door opening. I waited for him to say something else, to tell me what was happening, but there was only silence and that unnatural cold. I slowly turned around. He was gone, completely gone. The cruiser was still there, lights flashing, but no sign of the officer. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the road, the tree line, everywhere. Nothing. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air. That's when I heard it. Whispers coming from the woods on both sides of the road. Multiple voices, overlapping, urgent. I couldn't make out most of it, but one word came through clearly. Run. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I had two choices: get back in my car and drive away, or try to find help using the cruiser's radio. Logic told me to just leave, but something, curiosity, stupidity, I don't know, pushed me toward the police car. If something weird was happening, maybe I could call for backup. I approached the cruiser cautiously. The driver's door was ajar, and the interior light should have been on, but it wasn't. The inside of the car was dark except for the dashboard lights and the rhythmic flash of the roof lights. I pulled the door open wider and peered inside. The interior looked wrong. The seats were covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were dead leaves on the floorboards. It looked like no one had been inside for years. The air that wafted out was freezing cold and had a musty, abandoned smell. Still, I reached for the radio mounted on the dash. My fingers had just brushed the handset when that same hollow voice spoke from directly behind me. "You can't outrun what's already caught you." I whirled around and there he was, sitting in the back seat. But now his eyes, oh God, his eyes were just empty black pools. No whites, no iris, just darkness. And his skin had taken on a grayish-blue tinge, like someone who's been in water too long. I screamed and stumbled backward, falling onto the road. I scrambled to my feet and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, dropping them, picking them up with shaking hands. I kept expecting to feel cold hands on my shoulder, but somehow I got the door open, got inside, and locked it. I didn't look in the rearview mirror as I peeled out, tires spinning on the gravel before finding purchase. I just drove, pushed the Honda as fast as it would go despite the fog and the winding road. The gas light was still on, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I must have driven for 15 minutes at dangerous speeds before I saw lights ahead, a 24-hour diner just off the highway. I pulled into the parking lot and sat there, engine running, scanning the road behind me. No sign of the cruiser. I finally allowed myself to breathe. The diner had exactly 3 customers inside, plus a middle-aged waitress who looked up when I entered. I must have looked as terrified as I felt, because she immediately asked if I was okay. "I think so," I said, but my voice was shaking. I just had a really strange experience on the road back there. She guided me to a booth and brought me a cup of coffee without asking. "Where exactly were you coming from?" she asked, her expression concerned but not surprised. I told her about Megan's cabin and the route I'd taken. When I mentioned the specific stretch of road where I'd been, pulled over, she nodded slowly. "Let me guess," she said. "Highway patrol officer, tall, thin, strange eyes." My blood ran cold. "You know about him?" She sighed and slid into the booth across from me. "That would be Officer Grayson, or at least what's left of him. He died on that stretch of road about 10 years ago. Car accident during a traffic stop. Terrible thing." I stared at her, trying to process what she was saying. "You're telling me I was pulled over by a ghost? Happens more often than you'd think around here. He pulls people over at night, always on that same stretch. Some folks think he's trying to protect drivers. The bend where he died is dangerous, especially in bad weather. Others," she trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "Others what?" I pressed. "Well, not everyone who gets pulled over by Officer Grayson makes it to tell their story. There've been disappearances over the years, cars found abandoned on that stretch of road, drivers never seen again. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the diner's air conditioning. He told me I shouldn't have stopped. The waitress's eyes widened slightly. That's new. Usually usually people just describe him acting strange. No one's mentioned him speaking like that before. I told her the rest, the whispers from the woods, the abandoned-looking cruiser, the officer reappearing in the back seat with those black eyes. With each detail, her expression grew more troubled. "Honey, I don't know what happened to you out there tonight, but you're lucky to be sitting here. That road, there's something not right about it, especially at night. Most locals avoid it completely after dark." She refilled my coffee and insisted I eat something. "To ground yourself," she said. I managed a few bites of toast while she called the actual highway patrol to escort me the rest of the way home. A real officer arrived 30 minutes later, checked my ID, and followed me all the way back to my apartment. I've spent the last month trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched Officer Grayson and found a few articles about his death in local newspaper archives. He did die making a traffic stop, just as the waitress said. According to witnesses, he'd pulled someone over for erratic driving, and while he was approaching their vehicle, another car came around the bend too fast and struck him. The thing that keeps me up at night is this. Was he trying to warn me about something? The whispers telling me to run, his statement that I shouldn't have stopped, was he trying to protect me? Or was he attempting to lure me into whatever fate has claimed the other missing drivers? I don't have answers. All I know is that I'll never drive that road at night again, and I can't shake the feeling that I narrowly escaped something terrible. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear that hollow voice again. You can't outrun what's already caught you. And I wonder if, somehow, a part of me is still on that cold, dark road, forever caught in whatever limbo Officer Grayson inhabits. Story 5. I never believed in the supernatural until I moved to Elm Street 6 months ago. I'd found a great deal on a fixer-upper, nothing too fancy, just a modest 2-bedroom with a yard that needed some work. The neighborhood seemed perfect. Tree-lined streets, kids riding bikes, neighbors who waved as they collected their mail. That first week, I was so caught up in unpacking and settling in that I barely noticed the house across the street. It was a Tuesday evening when I finally decided to introduce myself to the neighbors. The Johnson family lived directly across from me in a 2-story colonial with faded blue paint and white trim. The yard was immaculate, almost too perfect, like something from a catalog rather than a lived-in space. Mr. Johnson answered the door before I even knocked. He must have seen me, coming up the walkway. He was tall, maybe in his early 50s, with a firm handshake and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Marcus, right? We've been expecting a new neighbor. I'm Robert Johnson," he said, his voice surprisingly deep. "Let me get the family." When Mrs. Johnson appeared, she looked exhausted. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail, but dark circles shadowed her eyes. She introduced herself as Helen and called for their teenagers, Emma and Jake. The kids were polite, too polite for teenagers. They stood perfectly still, hands clasped in front of them. Emma looked about 16, Jake maybe 14. They both had the same watchful eyes as their father, dark and unnaturally still. When they smiled, it felt rehearsed. "We hope you'll be comfortable here," Mrs. Johnson said. "Elm Street is special." They invited me in for coffee, and I accepted, though something made me hesitate at the threshold. The interior of their house felt like stepping into a time capsule. Wood-paneled walls, furniture straight out of the 1980s, and family photos that looked strangely staged. In every picture, the family stood in the same positions, wearing similar clothes, with identical expressions. As I sipped my coffee, which tasted oddly stale, I noticed other things. The house was cold, despite the summer heat outside. The lights seemed dimmer than they should be, and the kids, they barely blinked, just watched me with those deep eyes. "Have you lived here long?" I asked, trying to break the uncomfortable silence. "Forever," Jake answered before his parents could speak. His voice had an odd echo to it. Mr. Johnson laughed sharply. "What my son means is that we've been here about 15 years. It feels like forever sometimes, doesn't it, Helen?" Mrs. Johnson's smile tightened. "Yes, forever." I left after finishing my coffee, feeling unsettled but unable to put my finger on why. That night was the first time I heard the thumping sounds. First, I thought it was just old house noises. I'd been living in an apartment before this, so I wasn't used to the creaks and groans of a standalone home. But around 2 in the morning, the sound became too rhythmic to ignore. Thump, 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 like something heavy being dragged across a floor. It was coming from across the street. From my bedroom window, I could see lights on in the Johnsons' house, just a faint glow from what must have been their basement windows. The thumping continued for nearly an hour before stopping abruptly. The next morning, I spotted Mr. Johnson collecting his newspaper. He looked different in the daylight, disheveled, with those dark circles now prominently displayed under his eyes. I waved and walked over, mentioning that I'd heard some noise in the night. "Late-night renovations," he said quickly. Too quickly. "Sorry if we disturbed you." "At 2 in the morning?" His expression hardened for just a second before that practiced smile returned. "Best time to work when you've got teenagers who need quiet during the day for schoolwork." It was July. There was no school. Before I could point this out, Mrs. Johnson appeared at the door and called him inside. As he turned to go, he paused. "Marcus, we all have our quirks here on Elm Street. Best not to ask too many questions about your neighbor's habits." Over the next few weeks, I tried to convince myself that I was overthinking things. Maybe they were just an odd family. But the thumping continued almost every night, and I started noticing other strange behaviors. The Johnson kids would stand at their bedroom windows for hours, just staring out at nothing. Mrs. Johnson would walk around their yard at sunset, touching the fence posts as if checking that they were still there. And Mr. Johnson, twice I saw him digging in their backyard well past midnight. At a neighborhood barbecue in late July, I finally got some context. My next-door neighbor, an elderly woman named Ruth, pulled me aside while the Johnsons were occupied at the food table. "You've been spending time with them," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just being neighborly," I replied. Ruth's grip on my arm tightened. There was another family in that house before them, the Coopers. Nice people, 3 little kids. They disappeared one night 15 years ago. No trace, just gone. Police found nothing. 2 months later, the Johnsons moved in. I laughed nervously. "You're not suggesting—" "I'm not suggesting anything," she cut me off. "I'm just saying there's history here you don't know. The Johnsons have always been different, and people who get too close to them tend to have problems." "What kind of problems?" Ruth glanced toward the Johnsons, who were now all staring in our direction despite being mid-conversation with others. "Keep your distance, Marcus. That's my advice." That night, the thumping was louder than ever. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a crash so loud it jolted me awake. Looking out my window, I saw lights flashing on and off in the Johnsons' house. Then I heard shouting. I don't know what possessed me to go over there. Maybe it was concern, maybe curiosity. Either way, I threw on clothes and crossed the street. The front door was ajar when I arrived. Inside, I could hear Mr. Johnson's voice, angry and frightened. "Get back upstairs, both of you now." I pushed the door open wider. "Mr. Johnson, everything okay?" He appeared from the hallway, looking wild-eyed and frantic. When he saw me, his expression shifted to something between anger and terror. "Marcus, you need to leave. This isn't a good time." Behind him, Emma and Jake appeared on the stairs. They moved strangely, almost gliding down the steps. Their eyes looked even darker than usual, almost completely black in the dim light. "The shadows are back, Dad," Emma said, her voice flat. "They're following us again." "They want us to join them," Jake added. "They're always hungrier at night." Mr. Johnson spun around. "I told you to stay upstairs." "Your neighbor should know," Emma continued, looking directly at me with those bottomless eyes. "Everyone on Elm Street should know what's in our house, what's in all the houses." As she spoke, the lights began to flicker. A low, growling sound emerged from the darkness of the hallway behind them. I could have sworn the shadows on the wall moved, not just shifted with the flickering lights, but swirled like a dark cloud with purpose. "Get out now," Mr. Johnson hissed at me, "before they notice you too." I backed away, stumbling down the porch steps. As I retreated across the street, I looked back to see all four Johnsons standing in the doorway, perfectly aligned, watching me. Behind them, the shadows seemed to pulse and grow. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I searched online for information about Elm Street's history. What I found disturbed me deeply. Over the past 30 years, there had been 6 unexplained disappearances in the neighborhood, all families, all without a trace. The most recent were the Coopers, just as Ruth had said. Before the Coopers vanished, neighbors reported hearing strange noises at night and seeing the family acting mechanical and strange in the weeks leading up to their disappearance. The next day, I drove to the local library and dug through old newspaper archives. There were fuzzy photos of the Cooper family, parents in their 30s, 3 kids under 10. They looked happy, normal. But the final photo taken of them at a community event just days before they vanished showed something different. Their eyes had that same dark, hollow look I'd seen in the Johnsons. When I returned home that evening, Mrs. Johnson was waiting on my porch. "The children told me you came by last night," she said. Her voice sounded different, strained, as if she was fighting to get the words out. "I heard a crash," I explained. I was concerned. "The children are upstairs now," she continued as if I hadn't spoken. "They're scared. It's getting stronger, you know. The darkness, it's been with us for so long." A chill ran down my spine. "Mrs. Johnson, what exactly is happening in your house?" She laughed, a broken, desperate sound. "We're not the Johnsons. We never were. The Johnsons moved away years ago, after they saw what was happening to their neighbors. We just took their place. It was easier that way." "I don't understand." "You will." She grabbed my wrist suddenly, her fingers ice cold. "Come, you need to see." Against my better judgment, I followed her across the street. The house felt even colder inside than before. The family photos on the wall seemed to have changed, the faces blurrier, darker. "Where are Emma and Jake?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the silent house. "Upstairs," she repeated, "with the shadows." As we stood in their living room, I heard it, a soft whispering sound coming from inside the walls. "Join us, join us, join us." The lights began to flicker again, more violently this time. And then I saw them. The shadows on the walls weren't just shadows. They moved independent of any light source, stretching and reaching like fingers. Where they touched, the wallpaper seemed to rot and blacken. "What is this?" I whispered. "Home," Mrs. Johnson said, her voice now overlapped with something else, something deeper. "It's been our home for 15 years, but it's hungry again." The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt something cold brush against my face. The whispering grew louder. "Join us, join us, join us." When the lights flickered back on for just a second, I saw Mrs. Johnson's face. Half of it was gone, replaced by swirling darkness. Where her eyes should have been were just black voids. I ran. Somehow I found the front door in the darkness, Mrs. Johnson right behind me. As we burst outside into the evening air, she collapsed on the lawn, gasping. "We have to go back for your kids," I said, reaching for my phone to call for help. "No," she said, her voice almost normal again. "It's too late for them. It's been too late for years. They've already chosen." "What do you mean?" She looked at me with tears streaming down her face, her normal human face. "We're not a family. We were just people who moved into that house at different times. The shadows, they make us play along. They feed on it. The pretense, the fear, the despair. They've been doing it for decades, taking one family after another." Behind us, the door to the Johnson house burst open. Shadow-like tendrils poured from the entrance, reaching across the lawn toward us. From upstairs windows, I could see Emma and Jake watching, their bodies now partly transparent, like they were dissolving into the darkness. "Run," Mrs. Johnson whispered. "They've marked you now. They'll try to bring you back." We both ran. I called the police from my house, but by the time they arrived, the Johnson house was quiet and normal looking again. Mrs. Johnson had disappeared somewhere along the way. The police found nothing unusual inside the house. No Emma, no Jake, no Mr. Johnson. Just an empty house with old furniture and faded photos of people who weren't really the Johnsons. The house went up for sale a week later. The Johnsons, the real estate agent told potential buyers, had moved away suddenly. Family emergency. "I'm still living on Elm Street, but I'm moving out next month. I can't stay here knowing what I know. Sometimes at night, I see shadows moving in the empty house across the street. And sometimes, I think I see faces pressed against the windows, not just Emma and Jake, but other faces, older faces, younger faces, all with those same dark, hollow eyes. Worst of all, I've started hearing thumping in my own walls at night. And when I look in the mirror, I sometimes catch my own shadow moving just a second too late." Story 6. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been 3 weeks since it happened. I keep the lights on all night now. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but she thinks I'm suffering from some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Maybe writing it down will help me process what I experienced. I know what I saw was real. It was the last Friday of October. I was driving back from a work conference in Pittsburgh, trying to make it home to Cleveland before midnight. The weather forecast had mentioned fog patches, but nothing prepared me for how bad it would get. Around 9 in the evening, the fog started rolling in. Not your regular mist, but thick blankets of it that seemed to swallow the road ahead. I'd been so focused on making good time that I hadn't been paying attention to my gas gauge. The little orange light came on when I was somewhere on Route 422, miles from anywhere familiar. My GPS kept cutting in and out, and my phone showed only 1 bar of reception. According to the last reading before it glitched, the nearest gas station was about 15 miles ahead. The fog got thicker as I drove. I had to slow down to maybe 20 miles per hour, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. My headlights barely penetrated the wall of gray. I couldn't see more than 15 feet ahead, and the yellow lines on the road kept disappearing and reappearing like they were playing some kind of twisted game. After what felt like an eternity of crawling forward, I saw a faint glow off to the right. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a gas station through the fog. It wasn't one of those modern places with bright lights and a convenience store. This was old, like something from the 1970s that had been forgotten by time. The sign read, "Weldon's Gas and Service," in faded letters. Only half the neon lights were working, flickering in an erratic pattern that made my stomach tighten. I pulled in, relieved to have found gas, but immediately uneasy about the place. The concrete was cracked, with weeds pushing through, and the whole building had a grayish, peeling paint job. The price board showed numbers I hadn't seen since I was a kid, which should have been my first real warning, but I was too desperate to think clearly. There were no other cars around, just an old pickup truck parked near what I assumed was the office. As I got out to pump gas, the cold hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't just October chill, it was a bone-deep cold that seemed to come from the ground itself. The air smelled wrong too, like wet leaves and something metallic underneath. The pump was ancient, with an actual rolling number display instead of a digital one. I had to go inside to pay first. The bell above the door gave a sad little jingle as I walked in, and the smell inside was even worse, like mildew and something rotten. Behind the counter stood an old man. I'm not good at guessing ages, but he had to be in his 80s at least. His skin was pale and drawn tight across his face, and his eyes, God, his eyes were just hollow, not just sad or tired, but empty, like something vital had been drained out of him years ago. "Evening," I said, trying to sound normal. "Could I get $30 on pump 1, please?" He stared at me for so long I thought he might not have heard me. Then he nodded slowly and pressed some buttons on his ancient register. "You shouldn't be driving in this fog," he said. His voice was raspy, like he didn't use it much. "Not safe, especially not around here." "Yeah, it's pretty bad out there," I replied, handing him my credit card. "But I need to get home tonight." He looked at my card like it was some alien artifact, then slowly ran it through a manual imprinter. I hadn't seen one of those in 20 years. As he handed back my card, his cold fingers brushed against mine, and I had to suppress a shudder. "People disappear on these roads," he said, not making eye contact, "especially in the fog. Been happening for decades. They drive in, but they don't drive out." I forced a laugh. "Well, I'll be careful." "Won't matter if they've noticed you," he mumbled. Then louder, "Pump's ready. You best fill up and get moving. Don't linger." As I walked back to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. The fog had gotten even thicker, swirling around the dim lights of the station. That's when I saw her, a woman standing at the edge of the parking lot, near where the asphalt met the trees. She was wearing what looked like a torn dress, her hair hanging in damp strings around her face. I couldn't make out her features clearly, but something about her posture seemed wrong, unnatural. I raised my hand in a half wave, thinking maybe she needed help, but when I blinked, she was gone. Just gone. The fog hadn't shifted enough to hide her. She'd simply vanished. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, that the fog was messing with my perception. I hurried to pump my gas, constantly glancing over my shoulder. Once I was back on the road, I tried to calm down. The heater was blasting, but I couldn't shake the chill from the gas station. About 5 miles down the road, my car started acting up. First, the radio turned to static. I tried changing stations, but there was nothing but white noise. Then the engine began to sputter. No, 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 I muttered, tapping the fuel gauge, which now showed half full. This wasn't a gas problem. The car lurched and jerked, and I had no choice but to pull over onto the narrow shoulder. I turned the key off and then tried to restart, but the engine just clicked weakly. I sat there for a minute, trying to decide what to do. My phone showed no service at all now. I was about to get out and check under the hood when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel coming toward my car from behind. Relief washed over me. Someone had stopped to help. I rolled down my window and started to turn around, but froze when I heard a voice. "Help me," it whispered, so close. It could have been right outside my window, but when I looked, there was no one there. Nothing but fog. The footsteps continued, circling around to the passenger side. I quickly rolled up my window and locked all the doors. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Help me!" the voice came again, and this time I could tell it was a woman's voice. It sounded hollow, like it was coming through water or from somewhere far away, even though it seemed physically close. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. No answer came, just more footsteps crunching on the gravel. I tried the engine again. Nothing. I hit the steering wheel in frustration and fear. That's when the voice changed. "Get out," it whispered, no longer pleading but commanding. "Get out now." And then there was a loud bang from the trunk, like someone had slammed their fist against it. I screamed and scrambled to unbuckle my seatbelt. Another bang, harder this time. Whatever was back there wanted in. Pure panic took over. I flung open the driver's door and ran. I didn't even grab my phone or wallet. I just ran blindly into the woods beside the road. Branches whipped at my face, and I tripped over roots, but I kept going, driven by raw fear. I don't know how far I'd gone when I stopped, lungs burning, to catch my breath. The fog was thinner between the trees, and my eyes had adjusted to the darkness. That's when I saw her, standing about 20 feet away, her back to me. It was the same woman from the gas station. I recognized the tattered dress. Her hair hung down her back, wet and matted. As if sensing me, she slowly began to turn around. I should have run. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was frozen, watching as she turned to face me. And when she did, oh God, where her face should have been, there was nothing. Not a blank space, not damaged skin, just a void, a darkening of the air itself, like a hole in the world. I screamed then, a sound I didn't know I could make, and I ran back toward the road. I didn't care about my car anymore. I just needed to get away. I burst out of the trees and saw my car sitting there, doors still open, lights still on. There was no sign of whatever had been banging on the trunk. I didn't approach it. Instead, I started running down the road, back toward the gas station. It was the only place I knew, the only landmark in this nightmare. I ran until my lungs felt like they would collapse, the fog swirling around me, occasionally parting to reveal more figures standing motionless in the distance, watching. When I finally saw the dim lights of the gas station, I nearly cried with relief. I staggered into the lot, gasping for breath. The old man was standing outside as if he'd been waiting for me. "They found you," he said. It wasn't a question. "What? Who are they?" I managed to ask between breaths. "The lost ones," he replied, looking past me into the fog. "People who never left. They're trapped here, and they want company. They want to take you with them." "I don't understand," I said, though part of me was beginning to. "This place, it holds on to people, has for generations. The fog comes, and some folks just don't make it through." He looked at me with those hollow eyes. "You saw her, didn't you? The woman with no face?" I nodded. shivering uncontrollably now. She was the first, back in 1962. The others came later. They all want the same thing, someone to take their place so they can move on. How do I get away from them? My voice was barely audible. You run, he said simply. You run, and you don't look back. Sometimes that works. As if on cue, I heard the footsteps again, coming from the edge of the lot. Multiple sets now, moving slowly but deliberately toward us. The old man went back inside without another word, locking the door behind him. I saw him watching through the window as I turned to face the fog. Dark shapes were forming at its edges. 5, maybe 6, figures standing just at the limit of visibility. I ran, down the road in the opposite direction from where I'd left my car. I ran until my muscles screamed for mercy, until the gas station disappeared behind me. The fog seemed to thin out gradually, and eventually, I saw lights ahead, a small town. I made it to a diner that was open late, burst in looking like a madman, and collapsed into a booth. The waitress called the police, who took my statement about my broken-down car and the strange people who had frightened me. They clearly thought I was drunk or high, but they sent a patrol car to check out the gas station anyway. They came back 2 hours later, confused. There was no gas station where I'd described. According to them, the old Weldon's Gas and Service had burned down in 1998 and was never rebuilt. The officer showed me pictures on his phone of the empty lot, overgrown with weeds, no building, no pumps, nothing. I stayed in that town for 2 days while they located my car, which was right where I'd left it, doors closed, nothing wrong with it mechanically. They found no evidence of anyone else being there. I drove home in broad daylight, taking a different route, and I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. I've researched the area and found stories about disappearances along that stretch of highway going back decades. Local forums have posts from people who claim to have seen Weldons appear and disappear in the fog. Some nights I wake up hearing that whispered, "Help me," right next to my ear. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror first thing in the morning, just for a split second, I see nothing where my face should be. Story 7. I've been a cop in Riverdale for almost 10 years now. It's a quiet town where everyone knows everyone, and major crime is rare. Speeding tickets, drunk and disorderly, occasional domestic disputes. That's our usual beat. But what happened last week? I still can't wrap my head around it. It was Wednesday night, around 11:30. Mark and I were doing our regular patrol when dispatch called about a disturbance at 731 Elm Street, the old Henderson place. If you're from around here, you know the stories. The whole Henderson family, parents and their teenage daughter Sophie, disappeared about 7 years ago. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, just gone. Their dishes were still on the dinner table, TV still on, like they vanished into thin air. Seriously? Mark groaned as we turned the cruiser toward Elm. Probably just kids messing around again. The house had been abandoned since the Hendersons disappeared. The bank never officially foreclosed, and no relatives came forward to claim it, so it just sat there, slowly decaying. Local kids dared each other to break in, claiming it was haunted. As we pulled up, I noticed all the windows were dark. No signs of forced entry, no cars parked nearby. Just the old Victorians silhouetted against the night sky, looking exactly like every haunted house from every horror movie ever made. "I don't see anything," Mark said, shining his flashlight across the front of the house. "Let's check it out anyway. Someone called it in." The front gate creaked as I pushed it open. The yard was overgrown, weeds up to my knees. The porch steps groaned under our weight. I knocked on the door, announcing ourselves as police, but of course nobody answered. The door wasn't locked. It swung open with a long, drawn-out creak that sent a chill up my spine. "Hello? Police? Anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty house. The air inside was stale and thick with dust. Our flashlight beams cut through darkness, illuminating floating particles. The furniture was still there, covered in dust and cobwebs. Picture frames hung crooked on the walls. A clock on the mantel had stopped at 8:17. "Check for signs of entry," I told Mark. "I'll take the living room, you check the kitchen." I moved my flashlight slowly across the room. There were disturbances in the dust on the floor, footprints, but they were strange. They appeared in the middle of the room and disappeared just as suddenly, like whoever made them had materialized out of nowhere. That's when I noticed the rocking chair in the corner. It was moving, just slightly, back and forth. No windows were open, no draft I could feel. "Hey, Mark," I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I intended. "Come look at this." But before he could answer, the temperature dropped. Dropped. 1 second it was a mild spring evening, the next I could see my breath. My hands went numb around my flashlight. A loud crash came from upstairs. Mark rushed back into the living room, his hand on his holster. "What the hell was that?" "Something upstairs. Let's check it out." I'd like to say we were brave, but honestly, my heart was pounding out of my chest as we climbed those stairs. Each step creaked beneath our feet, announcing our presence to whoever or whatever was up there. The upstairs hallway was long and narrow, with 4 doors leading off it. 3 were open, 1 closed. The crash seemed to have come from behind the closed door. I nodded to Mark, and he positioned himself on the other side. I counted silently, 1, 2, 3, then turned the knob and pushed it open, gun drawn. It was a teenage girl's bedroom, frozen in time. Posters of bands I didn't recognize on the walls. A school backpack slumped in the corner. Homework still spread out on the desk. Sophie Henderson's room, exactly as she'd left it 7 years ago. But something was different. The window was shattered, glass all over the floor. Wind blew in, rustling the papers on the desk. "Window broke from the inside," Mark observed, pointing his flashlight at the glass scattered outside on the roof of the porch below. "Something in here broke it trying to get out." I was about to respond when something caught my eye, a glint of metal on the floor near my foot. I bent down and picked it up. It was a locket, silver, with intricate engravings. When I opened it, there was a family photo inside, the Hendersons, smiling. On the other side was an inscription, "To Sophie, with all our love." "That wasn't in the original case file," Mark said, looking over my shoulder. "Trust me, I studied that case when I first joined the force." The locket was cold in my hand, much colder than it should have been. As I held it, the strangest feeling washed over me, like someone was watching us, standing right behind me. I could feel breath on my neck. "We should go," Mark said, and for once I agreed with him. But as we turned to leave, I heard it, a whisper so faint I almost missed it. "Help me." I froze. "Did you hear that?" Mark looked at me like I was crazy. "Hear what?" "A voice, a girl's voice." "It's just the wind, Ryan. This place is giving me the creeps. Let's file our report and get out of here." I slipped the locket into my pocket and followed him downstairs. But I couldn't shake the feeling we were being followed, eyes boring into my back with every step. Outside, the night air felt warm again. I took a deep breath, trying to clear my head. We did a quick perimeter check, found no signs of break-in, and headed back to the cruiser. As I reached for the door handle, the locket fell from my pocket, hitting the pavement with a distinct ping. I bent to pick it up, And that's when the whisper came again, louder this time. Please help me. Find me. I straightened up so fast I almost blacked out. Mark was already in the car, oblivious. You coming? He called through the open window. I got in, but my mind was racing. That voice hadn't been the wind, and the footprints that appeared from nowhere, the rocking chair, the sudden cold, the broken window. Something wasn't right. We filed our report, possible vandalism, no suspects found, and finished our shift. But I couldn't stop thinking about the Henderson house, about Sophie. What happened to that family? The next evening I called in sick. I knew what I had to do. I drove to Elm Street as the sun was setting, the locket heavy in my pocket. I told myself I was just following up on a potential lead, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. The house looked different in the dying light, more forlorn than frightening. I sat in my car for a long time, wondering if I was losing my mind. Finally, I got out and walked up to the front door. This time I didn't announce myself. I just walked in, closing the door behind me. The house was silent except for my footsteps on the wooden floor. Sophie, I called out, feeling ridiculous. My name is Officer Ryan Cooper. I want to help you. Nothing, just silence and dust. I took out the locket and held it up. I found this. It's yours, isn't it? A cold breeze suddenly rushed through the room, making me shiver. The rocking chair in the corner began to move, faster than last night, rocking back and forth with purpose. And then I saw her. She was standing by the staircase, a teenage girl with long brown hair, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She was transparent like smoke, but I could make out her features clearly. Her eyes were sad, so unbearably sad. You can see me, she said, her voice echoing strangely. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. This wasn't happening, couldn't be happening. The others couldn't see me. I tried for so long. I found my voice somehow. Sophie? Sophie Henderson? She nodded, drifting closer. I fought the urge to back away. What happened to you? I managed to ask. Her form flickered like a bad TV signal. They killed us, all of us. Who did? Who killed you? Instead of answering, she reached out. Her hand touched the locket in my palm, and the world around me disappeared. Suddenly, I was seeing through someone else's eyes, Sophie's eyes. I was sitting at the dinner table with my family when the doorbell rang. Dad answered it. Men in masks pushed their way in. They had guns. They were shouting about money, about something Dad had seen. Mom was screaming. One of them hit her. They dragged us to the basement. There was a hole already dug in the dirt floor. They shot Dad first, then Mom. I tried to run, but they caught me. The last thing I saw was the barrel of a gun. I came back to myself, gasping for air, on my knees on the living room floor. Sophie stood over me, her ghostly face streaked with tears. They buried us under the house, she whispered. No one ever found us. No one knew what happened. We can't rest. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get my phone out. I called the station, requested backup and forensics. I didn't tell them why. Couldn't tell them I'd been led to a crime scene by a ghost. While I waited, Sophie told me more. Her father had been a bookkeeper. He'd discovered something in the accounts of a local business, money laundering for a drug operation. He was going to go to the police. They got to him first. I need names, Sophie, I said. Who did this? She showed me more images, faces I recognized, a local businessman, a face from old case files, a drug case we'd never been able to crack. When backup arrived, I told them I'd received an anonymous tip. We started digging in the basement. 3 hours later, we found the remains of the Henderson family, buried in a shallow grave, just as Sophie had shown me. The case broke wide open after that. The businessman, Michael Delaney, owned a chain of car washes across the state, perfect for laundering drug money. Thomas Henderson had been his bookkeeper and discovered the operation. Forensics found bullet casings that matched a gun registered to Delaney's security chief. When we raided Delaney's home, we found evidence linking him to drug trafficking going back a decade. I never told anyone about Sophie. How could I? But every time I visited the house during the investigation, I felt her presence. And the night after we arrested Delaney, I went back one last time. She was waiting in the living room, more visible than before, almost solid looking. "Thank you," she said. "We can go now." "Where?" I asked. She just smiled and faded away. The locket in my pocket grew warm, then hot. When I took it out, it crumbled to dust in my hand. I don't expect anyone to believe this. Sometimes I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. The Hendersons got justice because their daughter refused to rest until the truth was known. I'm still a cop, still patrol the same streets, but I see things differently now. I understand there are some mysteries that can't be explained by evidence and facts, some truths that can only be whispered from beyond the grave. And sometimes, late at night when I drive past 731 Elm Street, I swear I can see a teenage girl standing in the upstairs window, watching over the town, making sure she's not forgotten. Story 8. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit. This happened back in October 2020, and I haven't been the same since. I was working at this restaurant downtown. Nothing fancy, just a place that served decent food and stayed open late. That night, I'd pulled a double shift because we were short-staffed. By the time I clocked out, it was almost 1 in the morning. I was exhausted, my feet were killing me, and all I wanted was to get home and collapse into bed. Usually, my roommate would pick me up, but she was out of town visiting her parents. Public transport had stopped running hours ago, and the walk home was way too long, especially that late. So I did what any normal person would do. I opened the Uber app and requested a ride. The app said my driver would arrive in 3 minutes. I waited outside the restaurant, shivering a bit because I'd forgotten my heavy jacket, and October nights in Oakwood City get pretty chilly. When the car pulled up, I checked the license plate against the one on my app, something my dad always nagged me about. It matched, so I felt safe enough to get in. It was a black sedan with windows tinted so dark I couldn't see inside until I opened the door. The moment I slid into the back seat, something felt off. You know that feeling when your gut is screaming at you but you can't figure out why? That's what hit me. The car smelled weird, like pine air freshener trying to cover up something else. The driver looked to be in his mid-50s. He had these deep-set eyes that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, and a scruffy salt and pepper beard that looked like he'd been growing it for months without trimming. When he turned to look at me, I noticed his fingers were stained yellow from cigarettes, and his nails were dirty. "Emily?" he asked, his voice surprisingly soft for someone with his appearance. "Yes," I confirmed, trying to sound confident while buckling my seatbelt. I don't know why, but I didn't want him to sense any nervousness from me. He didn't say anything else, just nodded and started driving. I was too tired to make small talk anyway, so I just leaned back and checked my phone. Only 17% battery left. I'd forgotten to charge it during my shift. Great. After about 5 minutes, I realized we weren't taking the usual route to my apartment. Instead of heading east on Main Street, we were going north toward the old industrial area. Excuse me," I said, sitting up straighter. "I think you might be going the wrong way." My apartment is on Elmwood Avenue. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror. His eyes looked even darker somehow. Shortcut, he mumbled. Construction on Main Street. This way's faster. That made sense. There was always construction somewhere in the city. Still, something didn't feel right. I'd lived in Oakwood City my whole life, and I'd never taken this particular route home. 10 minutes passed, and we were getting further from any area I recognized. The streetlights became more sparse, and we were driving past abandoned warehouses and empty lots. My uneasiness grew into real anxiety. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't recognize this neighborhood." "Trust me," he said, his tone flatter than before. "I know what I'm doing." The buildings gave way to trees, and suddenly we were on an unpaved road. The car bumped and jolted over the uneven surface, making my stomach lurch. This was definitely not right. No shortcut to my apartment would take us through what looked like a forest. "Stop the car," I said firmly. "I want to get out now." He acted like he didn't hear me. Instead, he started talking, his eyes never leaving the road. "You know, it's funny how people always think home is safe. But is it really? You never know who's watching your place, learning your routines." A cold wave of fear washed over me. What was he talking about? Why would he say something so creepy? "I need you to stop the car right now," I repeated, louder this time, my hand hovering over the door handle. Would jumping out of a moving car be worse than staying inside with this man? I was actually considering it. "We're just taking a little detour," he said calmly, reaching over to lock the doors with a central switch. The sound made my heart skip a beat. No need to worry. The trees around us grew thicker, blocking out what little moonlight there was. I couldn't even see where we were anymore. My phone showed no service at the top of the screen, which sent my panic levels through the roof. "Please," I said, not bothering to hide the fear in my voice anymore. "My roommate is expecting me. She'll call the police if I don't show up soon." It was a lie. My roommate was hundreds of miles away, but he didn't know that. He chuckled, a sound that made my skin crawl. "No one's expecting you. I checked your profile. You live alone." My blood turned to ice. Uber profiles don't show whether you live alone or not. How could he possibly know that, unless he'd been watching me, unless this wasn't just a random ride? The car slowed down and finally stopped in a clearing. It was so dark I couldn't see anything beyond the headlights, which illuminated a small patch of dirt and weeds. We were in the middle of nowhere. He turned off the engine but left the headlights on. Then he turned to face me. "You have a choice to make, Emily," he said, his voice eerily calm. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely unlock my phone. I kept it low, out of his sight, and managed to open the Uber app. There's an emergency button that connects you directly to 911. I pressed it, praying it would work despite the no service notification. Somehow, miraculously, it did. I heard the faint sound of the call connecting, though I couldn't speak to the operator without giving myself away. While that was happening, I also opened my messages and texted my location to my friend Mark, who was a night owl and almost always awake. I had no idea if the text would go through, but I had to try something. "What kind of choice?" I asked, trying to buy time. His eyes gleamed in the dim light from the dashboard. "The kind that determines whether you walk away from here." I was full-on terrified now, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I was alone in the woods with a man who clearly meant to harm me, and no one knew where I was. But then I heard it, faint at first, then growing louder. Police sirens. The driver heard them too. His head snapped toward the sound, his face contorting with anger and confusion. "Who did you call?" he snarled, lunging toward the back seat. I didn't answer. Instead, I used his moment of distraction to grab the door handle, unlock it manually, and throw myself out of the car. I fell hard onto the dirt, scraping my palms and knees, but adrenaline propelled me to my feet. I ran blindly into the darkness, away from the headlights, tripping over roots and branches but never stopping. Behind me, I heard the car engine roar to life. Headlights swung wildly as he turned the car around. I ducked behind a large tree, praying he wouldn't see me in the darkness. The car sped past on the dirt road, heading back the way we came. As soon as it disappeared, I ran in the opposite direction, toward the sound of sirens. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I saw flashing lights through the trees and stumbled toward them, waving my arms frantically. 2 police cars had stopped at the entrance to the dirt road. When they saw me emerge from the woods, disheveled and crying, they immediately approached, one officer with his hand on his holster. "Are you Emily Fletcher?" one of them asked. When I nodded, unable to speak through my gasping breaths, he said, "We received a 911 call from this location." Between sobs, I told them what happened. They radioed for more units and began searching for the black sedan, but it was long gone. One female officer stayed with me, wrapping a shock blanket around my shoulders and letting me sit in her patrol car while I gave my statement. They found the car 3 days later, abandoned in a parking lot 2 towns over. It had been stolen earlier that day. The driver was nowhere to be found. The police checked security cameras, interviewed other Uber drivers, and did everything they could, but they never caught him. For months afterward, I couldn't bring myself to use any rideshare service. I either got rides from friends or took the bus, even if it meant waiting for hours. I moved to a new apartment with 3 roommates because I couldn't stand being alone anymore. It's been over 3 years now, and I still get nervous when I have to take an Uber. I obsessively check license plates, inspect drivers' faces, and always send my location to multiple friends throughout the ride. I keep my phone fully charged at all times and have a personal alarm attached to my keychain. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, hearing that soft voice saying, "You have a choice to make, Emily." I wonder what would have happened if those sirens hadn't come when they did. I wonder if he's still out there driving around, looking for someone else to take on a detour. The police told me I was lucky. Mark had received my text, even though it showed as undelivered on my end, and called 911 immediately. The emergency button on the Uber app had also worked, despite the poor connection. 2 separate calls had brought help my way, but I don't feel lucky. I feel like I had a glimpse into the abyss that night, a reminder that sometimes the monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're right in front of us, driving the car we willingly got into, taking us somewhere we never wanted to go. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted from me. Maybe that's the scariest part, the not knowing, the wondering if someday I'll get into another car and see those deep-set eyes watching me in the rear-view mirror again. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been over 10 years now. Everyone tells me I need to move on, but how do you move on from something you can't even explain? I've never written this down before, but maybe getting it out will help. I don't know. It was late August 2012. I had just graduated college with my business degree and was about to start my first real job at a marketing firm in Seattle. I decided to take a solo road trip down Highway 16 to clear my head before diving into the corporate world. Looking back, I wish I'd just stayed home and binged Netflix like a normal person. I remember my buddy Jake warning me about that highway. Dude, people go missing there all the time, he told me while we were having beers the night before I left. I laughed it off. What is this, a horror movie? I'll be fine. God, I was so naive. I started my drive around noon in my old Ford pickup. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was reliable, or so I thought. The first few hours were peaceful. The mountains were beautiful, all green and misty. I had my playlist going, windows down, feeling like I had my whole life ahead of me. Things started to get weird around 7 in the evening. The sun was setting, and I noticed my gas gauge was getting low. I wasn't worried at first. There are usually gas stations every 30 or 40 miles on these highways. But as the needle crept closer to empty, I hadn't seen any signs for one. My GPS wasn't working well either, kept losing signal. That's when I saw her. She was standing on the shoulder of the road, arm outstretched with her thumb up. A woman in a white dress that looked dirty and torn at the edges. I almost didn't stop. I'm not the type to pick up hitchhikers, especially not on some remote highway at dusk. But something about her made me pull over. Maybe it was how lost she looked, or maybe I was just worried about her being alone out there with night coming. I rolled down my passenger window. "You okay?" I called out. She approached my truck, and I got a better look at her. Mid-20s, pale, with long dark hair that hung in her face. The white dress was definitely worn and had what looked like dirt stains on it. "My car broke down a few miles back," she said. Her voice was soft but strained. "I've been walking for hours. I'm trying to get to the next town." I hesitated, but it was getting dark fast, and I couldn't just leave her there. "Hop in," I said. "I'm Alex." "Sarah," she replied as she climbed into the passenger seat. She didn't have any bags with her, which I thought was strange, but I figured maybe she'd left them with her car. As soon as she closed the door, the temperature in the truck seemed to drop. I turned up the heat, thinking it was just the evening chill. For the first few miles, she was quiet. I tried making small talk, asked where she was headed, where she was from, but she gave short, vague answers. I started to get an uneasy feeling, but I pushed it away. She was probably just tired from walking. After about 15 minutes, I spotted a sign for a gas station 5 miles ahead. Thank God. My gauge was now flashing red. "There's a gas station coming up," I told her. "I need to stop for gas, and you can probably call a tow truck from there." That's when things got really weird. Sarah suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide. "No," she said firmly. "We can't stop there. We need to keep going." I glanced at her, confused. "I don't have a choice. I'm almost out of gas." "Please," she insisted, her voice rising. "We can't stop. They're following us." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's following us?" She turned to look out the rear window. "Just drive, please. I'll tell you when it's safe to stop." I checked my rearview mirror. The highway behind us was dark and empty. "There's nobody there, Sarah." But as soon as I said it, headlights appeared in the distance. Just a normal car, I thought. But Sarah became more agitated. "They found me," she whispered. "They always find me." I was starting to think I'd made a huge mistake picking her up. Was she on drugs? Running from someone dangerous? Either way, I needed gas. "Look, I'm stopping at the gas station," I said firmly. "If you're in some kind of trouble, we can call the police." "No!" she practically shouted, grabbing my arm. Her hand was ice cold. "They are the police, and the store clerks, and the other drivers. They're all part of it." The headlights behind us were getting closer, and I was starting to panic a little. Sarah was clearly not well, and I was stuck in a truck with her on a dark highway with my gas light on. "Turn here," she suddenly said, pointing to a narrow dirt road that veered off into the woods. I hadn't even noticed it. "That's not the way to the gas station," I protested. "If you want to live, turn now," she said. Her voice had changed, deeper, more commanding. I don't know why I listened to her. Maybe it was the fear in her eyes, or maybe it was the headlights that were now right behind us, much closer than they should have been given how empty the road was a minute ago. I jerked the wheel and turned onto the dirt road. It was rough, making my truck bounce and jolt. The headlights followed us for a moment, then suddenly disappeared. Not like they turned around, they just vanished. After driving about half a mile down this rough road, deep into the woods, my truck sputtered and died, out of gas. "Shit," I muttered, hitting the steering wheel. We were stuck in the middle of nowhere, no cell service, with night fully upon us. And I was with a woman who was clearly unstable. Sarah was staring out the window into the darkness. "We need to go," she said quietly. "It's not safe here either." "Go where?" "We're in the middle of the woods." I was getting angry now, the stress overwhelming me. Without answering, she opened her door and got out of the truck. "Sarah, wait!" I called after her, but she was already walking into the trees. I grabbed my phone and flashlight from the glove compartment and followed her. I couldn't just let her wander off alone, even if she was scaring the hell out of me. The woods were dense and dark. My flashlight barely cut through the thickness of it. I could hear Sarah moving ahead of me, branches snapping under her feet. "Sarah," I called again. "Stop, you're going to get lost." Then I heard her voice, but it seemed to come from all directions at once. "Alex, come this way." I spun around, trying to locate the source. "Where are you?" "Here," she whispered, the sound seeming to circle me. I pushed through some bushes, following what I thought was her voice. The temperature dropped even further, my breath now visible in the beam of my flashlight. It didn't make sense. It was August. It shouldn't have been that cold. "You shouldn't have come here," Sarah's voice echoed. "None of us should have come here." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "What are you talking about? Who's us?" I stumbled into a small clearing and finally saw her again. She was standing perfectly still, her back to me. The white dress seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. "Sarah?" I approached slowly. "We need to go back to the road. This isn't safe." She turned around, and I nearly dropped my flashlight. Her face had changed. It was still her, but her eyes were completely vacant, like black holes in her pale face. When she spoke, her mouth didn't sync with the words I heard. "You should have listened," she said, her voice distorted and layered, as if multiple people were speaking. "They don't like strangers here." I backed away, unable to process what I was seeing. Who doesn't like strangers?" She smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. The ones who own this road, the ones who take people, like they took me. That's when I ran. I didn't care which direction, I just needed to get away from her. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me, but pure adrenaline kept me going. Somehow, miraculously, I stumbled back onto the dirt road where my truck was parked. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking violently. I got in and locked the doors, though I knew it wouldn't start without gas. I sat there, breathing hard, my flashlight pointed out the windows, scanning the trees. And then, impossibly, when I turned the key, the engine started. The gas gauge still read empty, but the truck was running. I didn't question it. I threw it into drive and tore back down that dirt road as fast as I dared. When I reached Highway 16 again, I didn't stop until I reached the gas station I'd seen earlier. My hands were still shaking as I pumped gas. The attendant, an older man with weathered skin, eyed me curiously. "You okay, son? Look like you've seen a ghost." I must have looked insane, sweaty, scratched up from the branches, wild-eyed with fear. Before I could stop myself, I blurted out what happened. About Sarah, the following car, the woods, all of it. The man's face grew serious. "You picked up a woman in white on Highway 16? When I nodded, he shook his head slowly. "You're lucky to be here talking to me. That highway's got a history. People go missing. The ones who come back, they're never right again." "What happened to her?" I asked, though I was afraid to hear the answer. "Don't know if she was ever real, son. But there was a Sarah Matthews who disappeared on that stretch of road in 1987. Her car was found abandoned, but she was never found." I paid for my gas with trembling hands and got back on the road, driving straight through to Seattle without stopping again. I didn't sleep for days afterward, kept seeing her face, those empty eyes. I've tried researching Sarah Matthews since then. There are newspaper articles about her disappearance, but nothing conclusive. Some say she ran away from an abusive relationship. Others say she was murdered, her body hidden somewhere in those woods. I don't know what I encountered that night. A ghost? A hallucination? Something worse? All I know is I avoid Highway 16 now, and I never, ever pick up hitchhikers. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll check my rearview mirror and swear I see headlights that vanish when I look again. And on cold nights, I can still hear her whisper, "They don't like strangers here." Story 10. I still get cold sweats thinking about that night at the gas station. It's been almost 4 years, but I swear sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like something's watching me from the corner of my bedroom. For context, I was 23 and pretty, desperate for work after dropping out of community college. When I saw the Help Wanted sign at the Desert Oasis gas station on Route 86, about 40 miles outside of Phoenix, I jumped at the opportunity. The pay was decent, $13 an hour, and the night shift meant I didn't have to deal with many customers. Perfect for an introvert like me. The station was this old-school place with just 4 pumps, a small convenience store, and a single bathroom around back. During my training, my manager Mike, this weathered guy in his 50s who'd been running the place forever, gave me the usual rundown, how to work the register, restock shelves, all that boring stuff. But right before he left, he got all serious and told me something I should have paid more attention to. "Jackson, whatever you do, stay inside after midnight. Don't go out there, no matter what you hear." I laughed it off. I figured he was just trying to scare the new guy. Or maybe there were coyotes or something. Arizona desert, right? Whatever. For the first 3 months, the job was mind-numbingly boring but easy. I'd sit behind the counter playing games on my phone, occasionally serving a trucker grabbing coffee or some kid with the munchies. Most nights, I'd only get like 5 or 6 customers between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Then came that night in December. It was unusually cold, like in the low 30s, which isn't normal for Arizona, even in winter. I remember wearing this old hoodie my dad gave me and still shivering. The heater in that place was ancient and barely worked. Around 1:30 in the morning, I hadn't seen a customer in hours. The highway was dead silent. Not even a single pair of headlights had passed by in at least 45 minutes. I was scrolling through Reddit when I heard the doorbell chime. You know, that electronic ding that goes off when someone enters. I looked up, expecting to see a customer, but there was nobody there. The door was closed, and through the windows, I could see the empty parking lot illuminated by these flickering fluorescent lights. I figured it was just a glitch. The place was old, and weird stuff happened sometimes. Lights flickered, the soda fridge made strange noises. No big deal. About 15 minutes later, it happened again. Ding. This time I actually got up and checked the door. Nothing. No cars at the pumps, nobody walking away, just empty darkness beyond the bright island of light our station made in the desert night. That's when I started feeling uneasy. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about being alone in the middle of nowhere started to get to me. I turned the TV behind the counter to some late-night talk show just to have some background noise. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something that made my skin crawl. Footsteps on the gravel outside, near pump number 3. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking heel to toe with careful precision. We had a security monitor behind the counter that showed grainy black and white feeds from the 4 cameras outside. I checked each one, flipping through the views of the pumps, the parking area, and the side of the building. Nothing. Not a single person visible anywhere. But I could still hear the footsteps. I grabbed the baseball bat Mike kept under the counter, supposedly for protection, though I'd never needed it, and, against my better judgment, decided to check it out. Yeah, I know, classic horror movie mistake, but I was still thinking rationally, figuring it was probably just some animal or a plastic bag blowing around that sounded like footsteps. I stepped outside and the cold hit me like a slap. The desert at night gets so quiet, you can hear your own heartbeat. The only sounds were the humming of the lights and the distant howl of wind. I walked over to pump 3, and that's when I saw them. Footprints in the light frost that had formed on the concrete. Human footprints, adult-sized, leading from the pump toward the desert. But there were no footprints coming toward the pump. They just started there, as if someone had materialized out of thin air. I followed them to the edge of the light, where they disappeared into the darkness of the desert. Standing there, I felt this overwhelming sensation of being watched. I quickly turned and hurried back to the station. That's when I noticed the door was open. Not wide open, just cracked about an inch. I swear on my life I had pulled it shut behind me. Those doors had hydraulic closers specifically so they couldn't stay open. My heart pounding, I slipped back inside, locked the door, and did a quick check of the store. Everything seemed normal. Empty aisles, humming freezers, stupid cardboard cutout of a cowboy advertising cigarettes that always creeped me out anyway. I went back to the counter and tried to calm down. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the door probably just hadn't closed properly. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I texted my girlfriend at the time, just to feel connected to someone, but she was asleep. At around 2:30, the lights started flickering. Not all at once, but in sequence. Like something was moving through the store, affecting each light as it passed underneath. And with each flicker, the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Then I heard it, whispering, not from any specific direction, but seemingly from everywhere at once. I couldn't make out words, just this hushed, urgent sound, like multiple voices talking over each other. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded thin and scared, even to me. The whispering stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I grabbed my phone to call Mike, but there was no signal. Of course, that part of Route 86 was notorious for dead zones. The landline was working, but who was I going to call? The police? To tell them what? That I was hearing spooky whispers? Just as I was trying to convince myself I was. Imagining things. Every light in the station went out at once. The refrigerators stopped humming. The TV went dead. Complete power failure. The only light came from my phone screen, and the distant glow of stars through the windows. I used my phone flashlight to check the circuit breaker behind the counter, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps again. Only this time, they were inside the store. Slow, deliberate, coming from the back near the refrigerated section. I froze, my flashlight beam shaking in my trembling hand. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound authoritative but just sounding terrified. The footsteps stopped. Then, after what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, they started again, faster now, coming toward me. I swung my flashlight in that direction and caught a glimpse of something that still haunts my nightmares. For just a split second, illuminated in the beam of light, I saw a figure standing in the snack aisle. It was tall, way taller than any normal person, maybe 7 feet. Its skin was pale and almost translucent, like you could see through it to something dark moving underneath. But its face, God, its face. Where eyes should have been were just black, empty sockets, and its mouth was stretched into this impossibly wide grin with teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. Then my flashlight flickered, and when the beam stabilized, the figure was gone. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate, I ran. I left everything, the register, the bat, my jacket. I just bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands, and sprinted to my car. I don't even remember starting it or pulling out of the parking lot. The next thing I clearly remember is being 5 miles down the road, going 90, hyperventilating and crying. I didn't stop until I reached a truck stop near the interstate where there were people and lights and normal sounds. I sat in my car until sunrise, jumping at every shadow. When morning came, I called Mike and quit on the spot. He didn't sound surprised. He just asked if I'd gone outside after midnight, and when I admitted I had, he sighed and said, "I warned you, kid." I drove back in daylight to get my final paycheck a week later. Mike was there, and the station looked completely normal. He never really explained what happened, just handed me my money and said, "Some places have a different feel at night. This is one of them." I asked him directly what was out there, and all he said was, "Native folks around here have stories about this stretch of desert. Old stories. They say certain things walk here that don't walk anywhere else." I've tried researching local legends since then, but never found anything specific. Sometimes I wonder if other employees experienced similar things, or if it was just me. All I know is that I can't drive past a lonely gas station at night anymore without breaking into a cold sweat. I feel watched. I check my rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see that grinning face staring back at me. I still don't know what I encountered that night. Maybe it was a hallucination brought on by isolation and sleep deprivation. Maybe there was something in the desert air, some gas leak or something. But in my heart, I know what I saw was real. Something was in that gas station with me, something that wasn't human. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear those deliberate footsteps again, coming slowly down my hallway. Story 11. I can't believe I'm finally writing this down. For 8 years I've tried to forget what happened, but I still wake up some nights in cold sweat, thinking I hear those footsteps outside my bedroom. I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. Back in October 2015, I was completely burned out from my job as a software developer. 60-hour weeks for months straight had left me exhausted. I needed to disconnect, so I decided to take a solo camping trip up to Cold Creek Forest in northern Michigan. I'd been camping plenty of times before, nothing extreme, but I knew how to handle myself in the woods. I drove up on a Friday morning, arriving at this tiny town called Millerton around noon. I stopped at a general store to grab some last-minute supplies, extra batteries, some jerky, that kind of stuff. The old guy behind the counter kept eyeing me while ringing up my items. "Where you headed?" he asked. When I told him Cold Creek Forest, his expression changed immediately. He got this weird look in his eyes. "Don't go past the West Ridge," he said. "Stay on the marked trails." I laughed it off and told him I'd be fine. Then this woman who was stocking shelves nearby chimed in. "He's serious. People go missing in those woods." I figured it was just locals trying to scare the city guy. Every small town has its ghost stories, right? I thanked them for the concern but didn't think twice about it. I parked at the trailhead around 1:30. It was a perfect fall day, crisp air, leaves turning gold and red. I remember feeling so relieved to be away from computer screens and deadlines. I had my backpack, tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, and my hunting knife, which I always bring camping. The plan was to hike in deep, set up camp somewhere isolated, and just exist in nature for a while. After about 4 hours of hiking, I was probably 8 miles in. I found this perfect spot near a small stream. It was tucked away in a little clearing surrounded by tall pines and oaks. No sign of other hikers or camps nearby. Exactly what I wanted. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and filtered some water from the stream. That first evening was incredible. I made a small fire, cooked some dehydrated pasta, and just sat there watching the flames and listening to the forest, birds, insects, the stream bubbling nearby. I felt the tension draining from my body for the first time in months. As the sun set, though, something changed. I can't explain exactly what happened, but it was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire forest. No crickets, no birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just dead silence. At first, I thought maybe it was a natural lull, or perhaps a predator was nearby, causing the wildlife to go quiet. But it lasted too long, way too long. I decided to turn in early, around 9. Inside my tent with my headlamp on, I read a bit before trying to sleep. That's when I first heard it, rustling outside my tent. Not the random rustling of an animal passing by, but deliberate movement. Slow, careful steps circling my campsite. My first thought was bear, but bears don't move like that. They're not that cautious. I grabbed my flashlight and knife and called out, "Hello? Someone there?" No response. When I unzipped my tent and shined my light around the campsite, I saw nothing. The fire had died down to embers, casting this eerie red glow on the surrounding trees. I did a complete 360 with my flashlight, but there was nothing there. No eyes reflecting in the light, no movement in the brush. But I could feel something watching me. You know that sensation when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I convinced myself it was just my imagination and got back in the tent. I didn't sleep much that first night. The next morning, everything seemed normal again. Birds were singing, the stream was gurgling, and sunlight filtered through the trees. I almost laughed at myself for being spooked. I made coffee on my little camp stove and decided to explore the area. About a half-mile from my camp, I noticed something strange. Some of the trees had these deep gouges in them, not like bear claw marks, which I've seen before. These were single cuts, straight and deep, like someone took a machete to the bark. But they were too high up for a person to make unless they were on a ladder. Then I found the stones. There was this small clearing where someone had arranged river stones in these bizarre geometric patterns. Not just a casual stack that hikers sometimes make, but intricate designs that must have taken hours to create. The creepiest part was that some of the patterns seemed to point directly back toward my campsite. I should have packed up right then. I should have hiked back out. But it was already early afternoon, and I told myself that some other camper probably made those stone patterns, maybe as some kind of art project. The gouges in the trees, probably lightning damage or disease. I've always been logical to a fault. I went back to camp, made an early dinner, and built up the fire bigger than the night before. As the sun set, that unnatural silence descended again. No gradual quieting like you normally get at dusk, just sudden, complete silence. The rustling started earlier this time, right after dark. Whatever it was moving around the perimeter of my clearing, staying just beyond the reach of my firelight. I kept the fire roaring, throwing on extra wood whenever it started to die down. Around midnight, I remember checking my watch. I heard something that still haunts me. It was this sound, not quite animal, not quite human, like a growl, but with this moaning quality to it. It started low, then rose in pitch until it just stopped, and it was close, maybe 30 feet from my tent. I sat frozen by the fire, my knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. Then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps, moving toward my camp from the direction of the sound. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching. Whatever it wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. I called out, "I have a weapon!" My voice cracked like a teenager's. No response, just more footsteps getting closer. I retreated to my tent, zipped it up, as if that thin nylon would protect me, and just sat there clutching my knife. The footsteps circled my tent, literally circled it, going around at least 3 times. I could see the shadow of something large passing between my tent and the fire. Then they stopped, right outside the front of my tent. I held my breath. For what felt like hours, I just sat there, listening, waiting. Nothing happened. Eventually, the footsteps retreated, and the forest's ambient sounds gradually returned. I didn't sleep a single minute that night. When the first light of dawn came, I packed up as fast as I've ever packed in my life. I didn't bother with breakfast or coffee. I just stuffed everything into my backpack, not caring if it was organized or not. I needed to get out of those woods. The hike back was a nightmare. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced something was following me. The feeling of being watched never went away. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. I practically jogged the whole way, my heart pounding in my chest. About a mile from the trailhead, I finally started to relax a little. I could see more light ahead where the forest thinned out near the parking area. I was almost out. That's when some impulse made me stop and turn around. I don't know why I did it, some primal instinct maybe. And there it was. Standing between 2 distant trees, partially hidden in shadow, was a figure. Tall, at least 7 feet, impossibly thin. Its skin was this sickly pale color that looked wrong in the dappled forest light. But it was the eyes that made my blood freeze. Completely black, like empty sockets. But somehow I knew they were fixed on me. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, tripping over roots and rocks, not caring about the branches whipping my face. I didn't stop until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of that dirt parking lot, I caught one last glimpse in my rearview mirror of the tree line I'd just emerged from. Something pale moved between the trees, then vanished. I've spent countless hours researching Cold Creek Forest since then. There are stories, not many, and mostly buried in obscure forums or local newspaper archives, of hikers going missing, of strange sounds, of people feeling watched. The locals know something, but they don't talk about it openly. I've tried to convince myself it was just a homeless person living in the woods, or maybe another hiker playing a sick prank. But deep down, I know better. Whatever I saw wasn't human. It moved wrong. It sounded wrong. Everything about it was just wrong. I haven't been camping since. I can't even bring myself to hike in places where the trees grow too close together. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think I hear those same deliberate footsteps outside my house. And occasionally, in my dreams, I see those black, empty eyes staring at me from the shadows of Cold Creek Forest. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know. But I'm certain of one thing. It's still there, watching and waiting for the next person who ventures too deep into those woods. Story 12. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night on Highway 27, and every time I close my eyes, I see those shadows. I'm writing this down because I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not going crazy. It was the second Friday of October, and I was driving from Chicago back to my parents' place in Missouri. I'd been putting in 60-hour weeks at my marketing job, and I desperately needed to get away from the city noise. The fall colors were at their peak, all those reds and oranges blurring together as I cruised down Highway 27. I'd taken this route maybe a dozen times before, but never this late in the day. By 6:30, the sun was already sinking behind the tree line. I hadn't eaten since a quick bagel at lunch, so when I spotted this diner with a flickering neon sign about 40 miles past the state line, I decided to stop. The sign read "Rubies" in this vintage cursive, but half the letters were sputtering like they were on the verge of dying completely. The parking lot was empty except for this ancient pickup truck with rust eating away at the wheel wells. I remember hesitating for a second before getting out of my car. Something about the place felt off, but I was hungry and needed caffeine if I was going to make it the rest of the way without nodding off. A bell jingled when I pushed open the door. The whole place was like a time capsule from the 70s. Red vinyl booths, checkerboard floor, the works. Behind the counter was this old man, had to be in his 80s, with these deep-set eyes and leathery skin. He looked up from wiping down the counter and gave me a slight nod. "Evening," he said. "Just you tonight?" I nodded, sliding onto a stool at the counter. "Just passing through. Could I get a coffee and whatever's quick from the kitchen?" He poured me a cup without asking, the coffee so dark it looked like motor oil. "Got meatloaf and potatoes left. That work?" "Perfect," I said, wrapping my hands around the mug. The diner was cold, colder than it should have been with the heating vents I could hear rattling overhead. The old man disappeared into the kitchen and returned a few minutes later with a plate. As I ate, he kept glancing out the windows at the darkening highway. "You heading far tonight?" he asked, his voice rough like sandpaper. "Another 3 hours or so," I replied between bites. "My parents live down in Oak Ridge." He frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. "Might want to consider stopping somewhere for the night. This stretch of 27 gets mighty dark. No streetlights for the next 80 miles, and cell service drops out about 10 miles south of here." I smiled politely. "I've made this drive before. Should be fine." He shook his head slowly. "Not at night, I'd wager. Not this time of year." Something in his tone made me pause. "What do you mean, this time of year?" The old man, he introduced himself as Earl, leaned against the counter. "It was 47 years ago this week. Young couple, not much older than you. Their car broke down about 15 miles south of here, right around Miller's Creek Bridge." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the diner's temperature. "Names were Daniel and Sarah," Earl continued, his eyes distant. They were heading to her parents' place to announce their engagement. Never made it. Search parties found their car, but never found them. That's awful, I said, meaning it but also thinking this was typical small-town folklore, the kind of story locals tell to spook outsiders. Earl nodded. Some folks who drive this highway at night claim they've seen them, or something that looks like them, standing by the roadside, looking for help they'll never find. I was about to brush it off with a joke when the diner door flew open with a bang that made me jump so hard I spilled coffee on my hand. A woman stood there, maybe mid-20s, her face pale with panic. Her clothes, jeans and a red flannel, were smeared with dirt, and her dark hair was wild around her face. "Please," she gasped, "we need help. Our car broke down, and Mark went to check something under the hood, and now I can't find him." Earl went rigid beside me. "Where?" he asked sharply. "About 2 miles south," she said, her voice shaking. "Near some creek with a bridge. I ran here because I saw your lights." My blood went cold. Miller's Creek Bridge, exactly where Earl said that couple disappeared decades ago. Before I could process what was happening, I was on my feet. "I can drive you back," I offered. "We'll find your boyfriend." Earl grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Don't," he warned, his eyes intense. "It's not safe out there after dark." I pulled away gently. "We can't just leave someone stranded, Earl. We'll be fine. We have my car." The woman was already heading back toward the door, looking at me with desperate gratitude. Earl called after us, something I couldn't quite make out as the door swung shut behind us. My rational brain was working overtime to explain away the coincidence as we hurried to my car. The woman, she said her name was Jen, slid into my passenger seat, hugging herself against the cold. "Thank you," she whispered as I started the engine. I was so scared out there alone. "How long have you been dating Mark?" I asked, trying to make normal conversation as we pulled back onto the highway. 3 years, she said, staring ahead at the road illuminated by my headlights. "We were going to tell my parents we're engaged." A shiver ran down my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, telling myself it was just another coincidence. "Where exactly did your car break down?" "Just past the bridge," she said. "Mark pulled over when the engine started making this horrible noise." We drove in silence for a few minutes. The trees on either side of the highway seemed to lean in toward the road, their bare branches like skeletal fingers against the night sky. My headlights caught the green reflective sign for Miller's Creek Bridge just before we crossed it. "There," Jen pointed, "just up ahead." I slowed down as we approached a dark sedan pulled onto the shoulder. No hazard lights flashing, no interior lights on. I stopped behind it and turned on my high beams to illuminate the area better. "Stay in the car while I check it out," I said, grabbing my phone as a flashlight. No service bars, just like Earl had warned. The car was empty, hood still propped open. I called out, "Mark, hello?" My voice sounded thin and was swallowed by the darkness surrounding us. I heard Jen's door open behind me. "Did you find him?" she asked, coming to stand beside me. "No," I said, sweeping my phone's flashlight across the ground. "There are footprints heading toward those trees." The beam caught what looked like shoe impressions in the soft dirt leading away from the road. "He must have gone to look for help in the other direction," Jen said, her voice tight with worry. "Before I left." I wasn't convinced. "Let me check the woods real quick. Maybe he heard something and went to investigate." "I'll come with you," she said quickly. "I don't want to be alone out here." We followed the tracks to the tree line, my phone's light creating more shadows than illumination. The woods were dense, old-growth trees with thick underbrush. Something about them felt wrong, too quiet, no insect sounds, no rustling of nocturnal animals. "Mark," I called again, louder this time. That's when I saw it, a movement between the trees, about 30 feet in. Not someone walking, but more like a shadow sliding from one tree trunk to another. My light caught it for just a second, a dark silhouette that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Jen. Her face had gone completely white. "We need to go," she said, her voice barely audible. "Now." I was about to turn back when I heard it, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not words exactly, more like the sound of dry leaves being dragged across pavement. The shadow moved again, closer this time, and then another appeared beside it, and another. They were vaguely human-shaped, but wrong somehow, too tall, too thin, moving in ways that human bodies shouldn't be able to move. Jen screamed, a sound that tore through the unnatural silence of the woods, and grabbed my arm. "Run!" We sprinted back to my car, the shadows seeming to flow between the trees alongside us. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hit the unlock button. As we threw ourselves inside, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a face pressed against the back window of Jen's broken-down car. Not Mark's face, not anyone's face, just darkness where features should have been. I gunned the engine, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase. The highway stretched before us, empty and dark. Jen was hyperventilating beside me, her knuckles white as she gripped the dashboard. "What the hell were those things?" I gasped, pushing my car well beyond the speed limit. "They've been waiting," she whispered, not looking at me. "All these years, they've been waiting." I glanced at her, confusion mixing with my terror. "What are you talking about?" She didn't answer, just stared straight ahead. In the glow from the dashboard lights, her face looked different, older somehow, her eyes hollow. The diner's neon sign appeared in the distance, and I nearly cried with relief. Earl was standing outside watching the highway. I screeched to a stop in the parking lot and stumbled out. "You saw them," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to find my voice. "They come back every year," he continued, looking past me to where Jen was still sitting in my passenger seat, looking for someone to take their place. "What?" I managed to choke out. "Daniel and Sarah," Earl said softly. "They never left Highway 27. Neither did the couple before them, or the one before that. There's always a pair, one to lure, one to follow." I turned slowly to look back at my car. Through the windshield, I could see Jen watching us, her expression unnaturally still. "That's not—" I couldn't finish the sentence. "She'll be gone by morning," Earl said. "They always are. They can only stray so far from where it happened. But they'll be back next year, looking for someone else." We spent the night in the diner, Earl making fresh coffee every hour as we sat in silence. I couldn't bring myself to look at Jen, who sat motionless in a booth by the window, staring out at the darkness. Earl told me stories of others who had encountered the shadows over the years, some who escaped, some who didn't. When dawn finally broke, I looked over at the booth where Jen had been sitting. It was empty. My car was still there, but she was gone. I left as soon as the sun was fully up, driving well over the speed limit until Highway 27 was far behind me. I've taken different routes since then, even though it adds hours to my journey. Sometimes at night, I think I see shadows moving in my peripheral vision. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I hear whispers that sound like dry leaves being dragged across pavement. I still don't know what happened to the real Mark and Jen, or if there ever was a real Mark and Jen. All I know is that I'll never drive Highway 27 after dark again. And if you're smart, you won't either. Story 13. I've never told anyone this story before. It's been almost 3 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or any supernatural crap, or at least I wasn't until Halloween night of 2019. I've been a long-haul trucker for nearly 15 years now. The job has its ups and downs, but I've always enjoyed the solitude of the open road. My name's Michael, and I haul mostly consumer goods across the Southwest. Nothing exciting, just everyday stuff people need. That night I was on a regular run from Phoenix to Flagstaff. It's a route I've driven hundreds of times, mostly along Interstate 17. Usually I'd do this run during daylight, but we were behind schedule because of some warehouse delays. My dispatcher called, practically begging me to make the overnight haul so the delivery would arrive first thing in the morning. The extra pay was good, so I agreed. I left Phoenix around 11 p.m. The city lights faded behind me as I headed north into the darkness. Halloween night on the road is usually pretty quiet. Everyone's either at parties or home giving out candy, not traveling much. The roads were empty except for the occasional car. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was deep into the desert stretch between Black Canyon City and Camp Verde. If you've never driven this part of Arizona at night, it's something else. There's this vast emptiness that surrounds you. No streetlights, just your headlights cutting through the darkness, revealing bits of scrubby desert and distant mountains. The stars were out that night, millions of them, clearer than you'd ever see near a city. I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show discussing Halloween urban legends, ironically enough. I was sipping coffee from my thermos, just focused on eating up the miles. My truck's a Peterbilt 389, nothing fancy but reliable. I've named her Bess. It was around 2 a.m. when I first saw him. My headlights caught something at the edge of the road, a figure standing on the shoulder. Now, seeing someone on foot out here is weird enough, but at 2 in the morning in the middle of nowhere? That's just wrong. I slowed down instinctively. The closest town was miles away. As I got closer, I could make out more details. It was a man, just standing there with his thumb out. He was wearing these old-fashioned clothes, not like costume old, but like something from maybe the 70s. A brown jacket that looked worn at the elbows, high-waisted pants. His face was what really got me, though. Even in the brief moment my headlights swept over him, I could see how pale he was. Not just white, but this unhealthy grayish pale that made him look sick or, I don't know, just wrong somehow. Every instinct told me to keep driving. I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers anyway. Company policy forbids it, and there are too many horror stories out there. But something about this guy made me pull over. Maybe it was the complete isolation out there, or the thought of someone stranded in the desert at night. The temperature drops fast in the Arizona desert after sundown, especially in October. I still ask myself why I stopped. I can't explain it. It's like something else was controlling me. I pulled onto the shoulder about 20 feet ahead of him and watched in my side mirror as he walked toward the truck. His walk was normal enough, but something felt off about the way he moved. Too smooth, maybe. When he reached the passenger door, I leaned over and pushed it open. He climbed in without a word. No, thanks for stopping or anything. Just silence. The first thing I noticed was the cold. As soon as he sat down, this wave of cold air seemed to fill the cab. I mean, it was already cool outside, maybe 50 degrees, but this was different. It felt like someone had opened a freezer door right in my face. "Pretty cold tonight, huh?" I said, trying to break the ice. He didn't respond, just stared straight ahead. Now that he was in the cab, I got a better look at him under the dashboard lights. He was older than I first thought, maybe in his 50s. His hair was dark but graying at the temples, combed in this old-fashioned way. His clothes weren't just old style. They were worn out, like he'd been wearing the same outfit for years. That jacket had patches on it, and his shoes were these beat-up leather things I haven't seen anyone wear in decades. But his face, man, his face is what I still see in my dreams. Pale doesn't even begin to describe it. It was like all the blood had been drained out. His eyes were dark, sunken in, and he had this 1,000-yard stare. His skin had this weird texture to it too, almost waxy. I pulled back onto the highway, feeling increasingly uneasy. "Where are you headed?" I finally asked. He turned to look at me, and I swear the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. His eyes were empty, man. Not just distant, but empty, like there was nothing behind them. "North," he said. Just that one word. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in a long time, and it had this weird echo to it, even though we were in the confined space of the truck cab. I nodded and kept driving. The silence was suffocating. I tried the radio, but all I got was static. I fiddled with it, trying different stations, but nothing came through. Even my satellite radio was dead, which made no sense. "Reception gets weird out here sometimes," I said, trying to sound casual. He didn't respond. After about 20 minutes of driving in silence, I noticed something strange. The road ahead was getting foggy. Now, fog in the Arizona desert is rare, especially on a clear night like this. It started as wisps at first, just ghosting across the asphalt, but it quickly thickened. I slowed down to 45, then 30. The fog became so dense I could barely see 20 feet in front of the truck. "Never seen fog like this here before," I said, more to myself than to my passenger. That's when the radio suddenly came to life. It wasn't music or a talk show. It was this staticky voice, desperate and urgent. "Get off the road," it said. "Please, anyone listening, get off this road." I glanced at the radio in shock. I hadn't touched the dial. The voice came again, breaking up through waves of static. "They're waiting. Don't stop. Get off the road." I looked at my passenger, hoping for some reaction, some confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. He was staring straight ahead, completely still. I'm not even sure he was blinking. "You hear that?" I asked. He slowly turned his head toward me, moving in this unnatural way, like his neck was too stiff. A slight smile spread across his face. Not a friendly smile, but something cold and knowing. "It's too late now, driver," he said. "We're already lost." The moment he said those words, the fog outside seemed to press against the windows. I could barely see anything beyond the hood of the truck. The headlights just reflected back at us. I was starting to panic, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I was about to pull over. Fog or no fog, I wanted this guy out of my truck, when I glanced over at the passenger seat. He was gone, just gone. 1 second he was there, the next the seat was empty. No sound, no movement, nothing. Just empty space where a man had been sitting seconds before. I slammed on the brakes so hard the truck fishtailed. The cargo shifted in the trailer behind me with a loud bang. I sat there, engine idling, staring at the empty seat. My hands were shaking as I turned on the interior light. There was no sign anyone had been there. The seat wasn't even compressed where he'd been sitting. The door was still locked from the inside. I searched the whole cab, even looking behind the seats and in the sleeper berth. Nothing. He had vanished into thin air. What was even stranger was that the moment he disappeared, the fog started to thin out. Within minutes, it was gone completely, revealing the clear desert night again. The radio had gone back to static, but when I turned the dial, regular stations came in just fine. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was I hallucinating from fatigue? Had I fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing? But it felt so real. I could still feel the unnatural cold that had filled the cab. There was one other thing. A smell lingered in the truck, something old and musty, like clothes that had been packed away in an attic for decades. And on the passenger window, there was a small area of condensation, as if someone had been breathing against it. I finished the drive to Flagstaff in a state of shock. I didn't stop again, not even when my bladder was screaming at me. I just wanted to get to my destination. The sun was just coming up when I pulled into the delivery yard. I went through the motions of checking in and unloading like a zombie. When my truck was empty, I parked in the lot and finally worked up the courage to really inspect the passenger seat in daylight. There was nothing unusual, no mysterious items left behind, no evidence anyone had been there. Except for one thing, a small smudge on the window that looked like a fingerprint, but when I tried to wipe it off, it wouldn't come off from the inside. It was on the outside of the glass, even though I'd never seen my passenger touch the window. I've done some research since then. Turns out there are stories about that stretch of highway, stories about a hitchhiker who appears on Halloween night. Some say he was a truck driver who crashed and died on that road back in the 70s. Others say he's much older than that, some kind of desert spirit. The stories all mention the fog and the cold. I don't know what I picked up that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. What I do know is that I requested a route change after that. I still drive Phoenix to Flagstaff, but I take the long way around now, and I never ever drive that stretch of I-17 on Halloween night. The company psychologist suggested I was experiencing highway hypnosis combined with exhaustion. Maybe that's true, but that doesn't explain the smell that lingered in my truck for weeks afterward, or the nightmares I still have where I'm driving endlessly through fog, while that voice on the radio begs me to get off the road. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my mirror, a pale face watching me from the sleeper berth. But when I turn to look, there's nothing there. I still feel like he's out there, standing on the shoulder of that lonely highway, waiting for another driver to pick him up and take him north, to wherever it is he's trying to go. But I think that place isn't on any map. Story 14. I still don't sleep right. Not since that night 6 months ago. I keep the lights on, TV running in the background, anything to fill the silence. My buddies at the shop joke that I look like hell, and they're not wrong. How do you explain to people that your life got hijacked by something you can't understand? Something nobody would believe? I'm a mechanic in Mill Creek, Texas. Population 2,743 and shrinking. Been fixing cars since I was 14, working at my uncle's garage until I took it over 5 years ago. Nothing exciting happens here except the occasional bar fight or high school football championship. That's why I used to enjoy late-night drives after closing up shop. The roads out here are long, empty stretches where I could clear my head and burn off the day's stress. That night in January started like any other. I closed up around 11:30, grabbed a coffee from the 24-hour gas station, and hit the road in my old Ford F-150. It was unusually cold for Texas, maybe 35 degrees, with this weird fog hanging low over the fields. I remember thinking how the headlights cut through it like knife blades. I was about 15 miles out of town on County Road 17, a back road that winds through farmland and patches of woods, when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. This woman in a white dress standing on the shoulder, no car in sight. Who wears a dress in freezing January weather, And who the hell is out here at midnight? I slowed down as I passed her. She didn't stick her thumb out or wave, just watched my truck go by with these big, dark eyes. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw her still standing there, hugging herself against the cold. Maybe I should have kept driving. Every horror movie I've ever seen screamed at me to keep going. But I wasn't thinking about horror movies. I was thinking about my sister who'd once been stranded on a country road for 3 hours before someone helped her. I made a U-turn and pulled up beside her, rolling down my passenger window. "You need a ride somewhere?" I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. "If you don't mind, my car broke down a few miles back." "Hop in," I said. "I'm a mechanic. Maybe I can help." When she climbed in, the cab filled with the smell of something floral. Not perfume exactly, more like wildflowers. She looked young, maybe mid-20s, with long dark hair and pale skin. Her white dress seemed oddly out of place, like she'd been at a wedding or something. "I'm Mark," I said, pulling back onto the road. "Rachel," she replied, her voice soft. "Thank you for stopping. Not many people would." "Where you headed?" "Crossroads, if that's not too far." Crossroads was a slightly larger town about 20 miles ahead. "No problem. What happened to your car?" She looked out the window. "Just died on me. 1 minute I was driving, the next nothing. No warning." I nodded. "Sounds like an alternator maybe, or fuel pump. Whereabouts did you leave it? I could take a look tomorrow." "I don't remember exactly," she said. I walked for a while. Something about her answer felt off, but I chalked it up to her being disoriented. The radio had been playing low, some late-night talk show, but it suddenly dissolved into static. I fiddled with it before just turning it off. "Sorry about that. Reception gets weird out here." Rachel didn't respond. When I glanced over, she was staring intently out her window into the darkness. "You okay?" She turned to me slowly. "There was a man watching me earlier, before my car broke down. He was just standing in the field, watching." A chill ran up my spine despite the heater blasting. "What kind of man?" "I don't know, just standing there. He didn't move, even when I drove past." "Probably just a farmer checking his property," I said, trying to sound reassuring while feeling anything but. "Maybe," she whispered. We drove in silence for a few minutes. The fog was getting thicker, and I had to slow down to see the road properly. My truck's headlights reflected off the mist, creating an eerie tunnel effect. "Mind if I take a shortcut?" I asked. "There's a back road through the woods that'll cut 15 minutes off the drive." Rachel nodded, though she seemed distracted, constantly checking the side mirror. I turned onto Old Mill Road, a narrow, tree-lined path that cuts through a dense stretch of pine forest. The locals call it Whisper Woods because of the way wind sounds when it blows through the pines. During the day, it's just a shortcut. At night, it's admittedly creepy as hell. As soon as we entered the woods, the temperature in the truck seemed to drop. I cranked the heater higher, but it didn't help much. Rachel had gone completely rigid in her seat. "He's following us," she said suddenly. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "What? Who?" "The man. He's following us." I checked my rearview mirror. Nothing but darkness and swirling fog. "There's nobody behind us, Rachel." "Not in a car," she said. "He's just following." I felt a knot form in my stomach. Part of me wanted to dismiss her as paranoid or maybe mentally unwell, but the certainty in her voice made my skin crawl. "We'll be out of these woods in 10 minutes, I said, pressing down harder on the accelerator. The trees seemed to close in around us, branches reaching over the road like gnarled fingers. My headlights caught something ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the damp asphalt. About 50 feet ahead stood a man, just standing there, perfectly still. He wore what looked like a dark coat, too heavy for him, hanging off his frame like he'd recently lost weight. His face was hard to make out in the shadows, but something about his stillness was profoundly unnatural. People fidget, shift their weight, breathe visibly in cold air. This man did none of that. "That's him," Rachel whispered. "That's the man who was watching me." "Stay in the truck," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I put the vehicle in park, but left it running. "Don't," Rachel grabbed my arm. Her hand was ice cold. "Please don't go out there." I should have listened. God, I should have listened. But some stupid masculine pride kept me from admitting how terrified I was. Maybe if I confronted this guy, he'd back off. Maybe he was just some local weirdo trying to scare people. "Lock the doors after I get out," I told her. The moment I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical blow. The engine noise sounded muffled, like it was coming from miles away instead of right behind me. My boots crunched on the gravel shoulder as I moved to the front of the truck, using the headlights to illuminate the figure ahead. "Hey!" I called out. "You're blocking the road, man!" No response, no movement. I took a few steps forward, heart hammering in my chest. "You need to move, now." As I got closer, I could see more details. His clothes weren't just dark, they were filthy, caked with what looked like dried mud. And his face, Jesus, his face. It was gaunt, almost skeletal, with deep-set eyes that looked wrong somehow, hollow, like looking into empty sockets. I stopped about 20 feet from him. "Last chance, buddy. Move or I'm calling the cops." His head tilted slightly, an unnaturally fluid movement. Then I noticed his feet. He wasn't wearing shoes, and his bare feet were black with dirt or something worse. That's when he moved. Not a step, not a walk. It was like a lunge, covering half the distance between us in a split second. I've never seen anything move that fast. I scrambled backward, nearly falling, before turning and sprinting back to the truck. Behind me, I heard something between a growl and a hiss. I yanked the door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut and hitting the lock. "Go, go, go!" Rachel screamed. I threw the truck into drive and floored it, swerving around the figure. In my side mirror, I caught a glimpse of him standing in the road, watching us drive away. And then, between one blink and the next, he was gone. "What the fuck was that?" I gasped, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Rachel was shaking, hugging herself tightly. "I told you, he's been following me." We sped through the woods, the truck's engine whining in protest. The headlights began to flicker, dimming and brightening without rhythm. The radio turned itself on, blasting static so loud it made us both jump. "Shit!" I smacked the dashboard, and the radio went silent, but the headlights continued to flicker. Then the engine sputtered and died. We rolled to a stop in complete darkness, the only sound our ragged breathing. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Not even a click. "This isn't happening," I muttered, trying again and again. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows like something alive. I could barely see the road ahead or behind us. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight, but froze when I saw the screen. One new message from an unknown number. Should have kept driving. A growl echoed through the woods, distant but distinct. Rachel whimpered beside me. I tried the ignition one more time, and miraculously, the engine caught. The headlights blazed back to life, so bright they almost hurt my eyes. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the gas pedal down and we shot forward. The air in the truck felt heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. Rachel sat motionless beside me, staring straight ahead. I kept checking the mirrors, expecting to see that figure again, but there was nothing but darkness behind us. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we broke free of the woods. The open fields never looked so good. There was a gas station about a mile ahead. Hank's Stop and Go, an old place that somehow stayed in business despite being in the middle of nowhere. I pulled in, the fluorescent lights of the store a welcome relief after the darkness of the woods. The place was empty except for old Hank himself behind the counter. "Need to use your bathroom," I told Rachel, desperate for a moment alone to collect myself. She nodded, still looking shell-shocked. I practically ran to the restroom, splashed cold water on my face, and stared at my reflection. I looked like I'd aged 10 years in an hour. When I came out, Rachel was standing by a bulletin board near the entrance, looking at something. I walked over and saw she was staring at a newspaper clipping pinned there. It was a missing person notice with a photo of Rachel. My blood turned to ice as I read the headline, "Local woman still missing after 3 months." The article was dated October 10th, 1987. I looked at Rachel, then back at the photo. Same face, same dark eyes, same white dress. "That's not possible," I whispered. Hank appeared beside us, his weathered face grim. "You shouldn't have picked her up, son." I stared at him, unable to form words. "They find her every few years," Hank continued, his voice low. "What's left of her anyway, deep in those woods. Then she disappears again." "What are you talking about?" I finally managed. "She was killed out there, by him, the one who follows her." Hank looked at Rachel, who stood motionless, staring at her own missing poster. "You'll never be rid of her now. She's found you." I backed away, my heart racing. This wasn't happening, couldn't be happening. "Rachel," I said, "tell him this is crazy. Tell him." But when I turned, she was gone. I ran outside, calling her name. My truck was still there, engine running, but no sign of Rachel. Hank followed me out. "She'll be back," he said. "Next time you drive that road at night, she always comes back." I got in my truck and drove home in a daze, convinced I was losing my mind. I told myself it was just some sick joke, that Rachel had run off while I was in the bathroom, that Hank was messing with me. But I knew, deep down I knew. 6 months have passed. I avoid County Road 17 like the plague, take the long way home, stay off back roads at night. But I feel it, this pull getting stronger. Something calling me back to that road, to those woods. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:17 in the morning. My truck keys were in my hand. I don't remember getting them. I looked outside and saw a figure standing across the street, a woman in a white dress. I'm afraid to drive anywhere after dark now. Afraid of who might be waiting for a ride. Afraid of who or what might be following. Because I know now, some roads, once traveled, never really let you leave. Story 15. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened that night on Red Hollow Road. Not my wife, not my therapist, and certainly not my superiors at the department. But it's been 9 years now, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. Maybe writing it down will help. I don't know. It was October 12th, 2014. I remember the date exactly because it was my 5th anniversary as a police officer with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department in Tennessee. I was working the night shift, which I usually didn't mind. The back roads were peaceful at night, and I could listen to podcasts while patrolling. Around 11:30 that night, I got a call about a possible vehicle accident on Red Hollow Road, about 15 minutes from where I was. Red Hollow was one of those winding back roads that snaked through dense forest, with steep drops on one side and thick woods on the other. Locals had stories about it, missing hikers, strange lights, the usual rural legends, but I never paid much attention to that stuff. It had been raining earlier, and a thick fog had settled in the hollows. My headlights barely cut 20 feet ahead as I drove, and the temperature display on my dashboard showed 42 degrees. I remember having to slow down to about 20 miles per hour just to stay on the road. The fog seemed to swallow everything. I almost missed the accident site. If it hadn't been for the faint blinking of hazard lights through the mist, I would have driven right past. I pulled over and grabbed my flashlight. The beam caught the reflective paint of a dark blue Chevy Malibu, nose down in a ditch, rear end sticking up at an odd angle. The driver's side door was hanging off its hinges. I called in my location and the accident details, then approached the vehicle. The interior lights were still on, illuminating an empty car with an airbag that had deployed and deflated. The windshield was spider-webbed with cracks, and there was blood on the steering wheel and dashboard. Not a massive amount, but enough to indicate the driver had been injured. "Hello? This is Officer Mitchell with the Sheriff's Department. Is anyone here?" My voice sounded muffled in the fog. No response. I checked the glove compartment for registration and found the car belonged to a Melissa Carpenter, 34, with an address in Bristol. I called it in and requested an ambulance just in case. Then I started searching. Using my flashlight, I scanned the area around the car. The ground was soft from the rain, and about 10 feet from the vehicle, I found a woman's shoe, a simple black flat, half buried in mud. Next to it were drag marks, not the kind you'd see if someone had crawled away from an accident. These were continuous, like someone had been pulled. I followed the marks with my flashlight. They led away from the road and into the woods. Something felt wrong about the whole scene. If Melissa had been injured and disoriented, she might have wandered off. But these drag marks told a different story. I radioed in again, letting dispatch know I was going to follow a trail into the woods, possibly to locate the driver. They acknowledged and said backup was about 15 minutes out. I should have waited. God, I should have waited. The woods were dense, and the fog had settled between the trees, turning everything into a gray soup. The drag marks were harder to follow here, but still visible in patches of mud. I'd gone maybe 100 yards in when my flashlight caught something reflective ahead, glass beads on fabric. I stepped into a small clearing where the fog wasn't as thick. Moonlight filtered down, creating an eerie bluish glow. And there she was, lying face down in the center of the clearing. She wore a torn blue dress with small glass beads on the collar that had caught my flashlight beam. Her legs were bent at unnatural angles. I rushed to her side, setting my flashlight down to illuminate the area. "Ma'am, can you hear me? I'm Officer Mitchell. Help is coming." When I gently rolled her over, I recognized her from the driver's license photo. Melissa Carpenter. Her face was pale, with a deep gash across her forehead. Her eyes were half open, glazed, but as I checked for a pulse, they suddenly widened. She was alive. "Ms. Carpenter, Melissa, can you tell me what happened?" She tried to speak, but all that came out was a rasping sound. Her eyes weren't focused on me, though. They were looking past me, over my shoulder. And the fear in them. I've seen a lot in my years as an officer, but I've never seen terror like that. Pure, primal fear. I turned to look behind me, my hand instinctively moving to my weapon. But there was nothing there, just swirling mist at the edge of the clearing. When I turned back to Melissa, her eyes were still open, still filled with that terrible fear, but now empty. She had died, just like that, looking at something behind me that I couldn't see. I checked for a pulse again. Nothing. I started CPR, but I knew it was too late. After a few minutes, I stopped and radioed in that I needed a coroner, not an ambulance. While waiting for backup, I searched the clearing with my flashlight. There were no footprints other than my own and the drag marks leading to Melissa's body. No sign of anyone or anything else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on my neck stood up, and the air felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. At one point, I heard a rustling from the edge of the clearing. I swung my flashlight toward it, but the beam seemed to be swallowed by the mist. "Who's there?" I called out, drawing my weapon. No response, just another soft rustling, like something moving, through undergrowth, circling the clearing. I stayed with Melissa's body, my back against a tree, until I heard the distant sound of sirens. Only then did the rustling stop. The feeling of being watched persisted until my colleagues arrived, piercing the fog with their flashlights and voices. The official investigation ruled Melissa's death as the result of injuries sustained in the car accident. The medical examiner said she likely suffered internal bleeding and died shortly after I found her. They suggested she had been disoriented from a head injury and wandered into the woods before collapsing. But that didn't explain the drag marks. It didn't explain the door hanging off its hinges or why she was so far from the road. And it certainly didn't explain the look of absolute terror on her face in her final moments. I tried bringing these points up, but my sergeant just gave me a tired look. "Mitchell, sometimes accident victims do strange things when they're in shock. They wander off. They don't make rational decisions. The case is closed." A week after the incident, I was driving past Red Hollow Road and decided to stop at the accident site. I don't know why. Something compelled me. The car had been towed, but there were still pieces of glass and plastic on the ground. I walked to the edge of the woods where I'd found the trail before. In daylight, everything looked different. The forest wasn't as dense as it had seemed that night. I could see through the trees for quite a distance. I followed the path I'd taken before, but found no sign of the drag marks. They could have been washed away by rain, I told myself. When I reached the clearing, I stopped cold. In the center, where Melissa's body had been, someone had placed a small bouquet of wildflowers. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I'd found her, not with enough detail for someone to locate the exact spot. I approached slowly, looking around. The clearing was empty, except for those flowers. As I bent down to examine them, I felt it again, that prickling sensation of being watched. I stood quickly and scanned the trees. Nothing. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something moving between the trees, just a shadow, there and gone in an instant. I called out, but only silence answered. I requested a transfer the following week. I couldn't drive down Red Hollow Road anymore without feeling that same dread. My new route kept me in town, away from the backwoods. But even now, years later, I sometimes dream about that night. In my dreams, I always turn around faster, and sometimes I catch a glimpse of what Melissa saw, a shape in the mist, neither human nor animal, watching with patient hunger. I've researched the history of Red Hollow Road since then. There have been other incidents, disappearances, accidents, hikers who went in and never came out. Most were explained away or forgotten. But I know what I felt that night. I know what I saw in Melissa's eyes. Sometimes I think about going back, about facing whatever is there. But then I remember the drag marks, the twisted body, and that terrible look of fear frozen on Melissa's face. And I know that some things are better left alone. I still carry my service weapon, even off duty. I still check the locks twice before bed. And I still warn anyone who will listen to avoid Red Hollow Road after dark. Because something is out there in those woods. Something that took Melissa Carpenter. something that watched me from the shadows. And sometimes, on foggy nights when the wind is still, I swear I can hear rustling outside my window. Like something circling, waiting for its chance. Something that followed me home from Red Hollow Road. Story 16. I still can't sleep without seeing headlights reflected in my rearview mirror. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I'm back on that stretch of Route 66, with nothing but darkness surrounding me. I've been meaning to write this down for weeks now, just to get it out of my system. Maybe sharing it will help. I don't know, but I need to try something. I was driving cross-country last October, making my way from Chicago to Los Angeles. I'd always wanted to drive the historic Route 66, and I figured autumn would be the perfect time. Fewer tourists, cooler weather. I'd been on the road for 4 days, taking my time, stopping at all those quirky roadside attractions. The drive had been peaceful, even therapeutic, until that night. It was around 9 in the evening somewhere in western Arizona. The sun had set hours ago, and I'd been driving through nothing but darkness for what felt like forever. My gas light had been on for the past 20 miles, and I was starting to get nervous. My GPS showed nothing nearby, and I hadn't passed another car in at least an hour. Cell service was non-existent. Just when I was starting to worry I'd need to pull over and wait until morning, I spotted it, a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out the flickering neon of an old gas station. The sign read, "Last Stop Gas and Mart," with half the letters burnt out. Under normal circumstances, I probably would have kept driving, hoping to find something less sketchy. But beggars can't be choosers when your tank is running on fumes. I pulled in, and the place looked like something from a different era. The gas pumps were ancient, not retro chic like those renovated stations that cater to tourists, but genuinely old and poorly maintained. The convenience store had grimy windows with faded advertisements for cigarette brands I hadn't seen in years. I pulled up to the pump and got out of my car. The night was unnaturally quiet. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing but the soft buzz of those flickering lights. I tried using my credit card at the pump, but it wouldn't read, of course. I headed inside, and a little bell jingled above the door. The interior was dimly lit and smelled like stale coffee, and something else I couldn't quite place, something musty and unpleasant. Behind the counter stood an elderly man, had to be in his 80s, with deep-set eyes and leathery skin. He didn't look up when I entered, just kept staring down at what looked like an ancient ledger book. "Evening," I said, approaching the counter. "Pump 3, please." He slowly raised his head, and I felt a chill run through me. His eyes were pale blue, almost colorless in the dim light, and they seemed to look through me rather than at me. "Don't get many visitors this time of night," he said, his voice raspy like sandpaper. He didn't make any move toward the register. "Yeah, I bet. Pretty isolated out here." I pulled out my wallet. "How much for a full tank?" He ignored my question. "Where you headed?" "Los Angeles," I answered, trying to keep my tone casual despite the growing unease in my stomach. "Long way to go still." He finally moved toward the register, punching buttons with gnarled fingers. "You be careful on this stretch. People disappear sometimes." I forced a laugh. "Is that right?" "Mm-hmm. Just last month, young couple stopped in here. Heading to Vegas, they said. Never made it." He looked up at me, his face expressionless. "Police came asking questions, but how would I know? People come and go." I swallowed hard. "Well, I'm just passing through. Need to fill up and get back on the road. That'll be $47. I handed him my card, which he ran through an old manual imprinter. While he was processing the payment, I glanced around the store. The shelves were sparsely stocked with dusty packages of beef jerky, chips, and canned goods. Everything looked expired. That's when I noticed a door behind the counter, slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what looked like a back room. Something moved in the shadows back there, and I heard what sounded like a muffled thump. The old man's head snapped up, his eyes darting to the door. He quickly moved to push it closed. "What was that?" I asked. "Nothing, just my cat. Gets into things." He handed me back my card and receipt. "Pump's ready." I nodded, backing away slowly. As I turned to leave, I heard another sound from behind that door. Not a cat. It sounded more like something scraping against the floor. Outside, I pumped my gas as quickly as possible, keeping my eyes on the store. Through the window, I could see the old man staring at me, phone pressed to his ear. He was talking to someone, his gaze never leaving me. The gas pump clicked off, and I replaced the nozzle, not even bothering to get a receipt. I just wanted to get out of there. As I was getting back into my car, I heard the store's bell jingle. The old man was standing in the doorway. "Drive safe now," he called out, his thin lips curling into what might have been a smile. Long, dark road ahead. I didn't respond, just started my engine and pulled away, faster than I should have. In my rearview mirror, I could see him standing there, watching me until I turned a bend in the road and the gas station disappeared from view. My heart was racing as I drove, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. So the place was creepy and the old guy was weird. That's half the gas stations in rural America, right? I'd been driving maybe 10 minutes when I saw her. A woman in a white dress, standing on the side of the road. She wasn't hitchhiking, just standing there, perfectly still, her face pale in my headlights. As I approached, she slowly raised her arm and pointed directly at my car. I slowed down, thinking maybe she needed help, but something told me to keep moving. As I passed her, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and she was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere she could have gone that quickly. The landscape was flat and barren on both sides of the road. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel now. I told myself it was just exhaustion playing, tricks on me. I needed to find a motel, get some sleep, and everything would seem normal in the daylight. That's when I saw the second gas station. It looked almost identical to the first. Same rundown appearance, same flickering lights. But this one had a sign that read, "Route 66, rest stop." I wasn't going to stop, not after what happened at the last place. But as I drove past, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Parked around the side of the building was a familiar car, a blue sedan with Illinois plates. I'd seen that exact car at the previous gas station, parked near the air pump. I was certain of it. I slowed down, heart pounding in my chest. Something was very wrong here. I should have kept driving. Every instinct told me to, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be in trouble. What if this was connected to those disappearances the old man mentioned? I made a U-turn and pulled into the station, parking where my car wouldn't be immediately visible from the road. I sat there for a moment, trying to decide what to do. The station appeared empty, no lights inside the store, no attendant visible. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but still no service. I had a small canister of pepper spray in my glove compartment that I always carried when traveling alone. I took it and quietly got out of my car. The night was just as silent here as it had been at the previous stop. I approached the blue sedan first, peering inside. Empty, but there was a purse on the passenger seat and a jacket thrown in the back, signs someone had been using it recently. I moved toward the store, staying low and close to the walls. The windows were too dirty to see through clearly, but I could make out some movement inside. Not people walking around, but a subtle shifting of shadows. The door was unlocked. Against my better judgment, I slowly pushed it open. No bell this time. The interior was darker than the previous station, illuminated only by the glow of a vending machine in the corner. The place smelled worse, like mildew and something metallic that reminded me of blood. "Hello?" I whispered, then immediately regretted making any noise. A soft whimpering came from behind the counter. I crept forward, pepper spray raised, ready to defend myself if needed. As I rounded the counter, I saw her, a woman, maybe in her 30s, huddled on the floor. Her clothes were torn and dirty, her face streaked with tears and what looked like dried blood from a cut on her forehead. She flinched when she saw me, pressing herself against the wall. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said quietly, kneeling down. "What happened? Are you okay?" "Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "You need to go. He'll be back soon." Who? Who will be back? Were you in a car accident?" I noticed her car keys clutched in her hand. She shook her head frantically. "I woke up here. I was driving and then... I don't remember. I think they drugged me. They take people. They've been doing it for years." A chill ran down my spine. "The old man from the other gas station?" Her eyes widened. "You met him? There are more of them. They work together. They target people driving alone on this stretch of highway." Before I could respond, we heard the crunch of tires on gravel outside. Headlights swept across the windows. "He's back," she whispered, terrified. "We need to hide." But it was too late. The door swung open, and there he was, the same elderly man from the first station. He didn't look surprised to see me. In fact, he was smiling. "Well now," he said, that raspy voice even more menacing in the dim light. "Looks like you found our little operation." Behind him, I could make out the silhouette of another person, taller, broader, standing in the doorway. "She's mine now," the old man continued, gesturing to the woman huddled on the floor. "Just like all the others, and I suppose you are too." I raised the pepper spray. "Stay back. The police are on their way." It was a desperate lie, but I hoped it might make them hesitate. The old man laughed, a dry, chilling sound. "No, they ain't. No one knows you're here. No one's coming to help." The woman suddenly lunged forward, grabbing my arm. "Run!" she screamed. I didn't need to be told twice. I sprayed the pepper spray directly at the old man's face. He howled in pain, stumbling backward into his companion. We pushed past them, out into the night air. A black SUV was pulling up, its headlights blinding us momentarily. Another accomplice. "This way!" I grabbed the woman's hand and we ran toward my car. Behind us, I could hear shouting and the sound of the store door slamming open again. We reached my car and I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the door unlocked. We jumped in and I started the engine, tires spinning in the gravel as I accelerated onto the highway. In the rear-view mirror, I could see the black SUV pulling out after us. "They're following us," the woman said, looking back. Her name was Lisa, she told me between panicked breaths. She'd been driving alone from Flagstaff to Las Vegas when she stopped for gas. That was 2 days ago. "There are others," she said. "In the basement of the first station. I heard them. These people. They've been doing this for years, taking travelers, holding them for ransom if they're lucky. The others." She couldn't finish the sentence. The SUV was gaining on us. My old Honda couldn't outrun it for long. I pushed the gas pedal to the floor anyway, taking curves too fast, desperately looking for any sign of civilization. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes, I saw lights ahead. a small roadside diner with several cars parked outside. I screeched into the parking lot, honking my horn repeatedly. The SUV slowed as it passed the diner, then sped away. They weren't willing to risk witnesses. Inside the diner, the few patrons and staff looked up in alarm as we burst through the door. Lisa was crying, her whole body shaking. I wasn't much better. "Please," I gasped. "We need help. Someone's after us. We need to call the police." The waitress behind the counter took one look at our terrified faces and reached for the phone. The police arrived 20 minutes later. By then, we'd managed to tell our story to the diner owner, a burly man named Mike, who had positioned himself at the door with a baseball bat, watching for any sign of our pursuers. The officers took our statements, initially skeptical until more patrol cars radioed in from the gas stations. They'd found evidence, lots of it. The basement Lisa mentioned contained personal belongings from dozens of victims. In a shed behind the second station, they discovered the blue sedan Zona. A college student reported missing 3 weeks earlier. She was alive, but barely. They caught the old man and one accomplice that night. 2 others, including the driver of the SUV, were arrested a week later. The investigation revealed they'd been operating for over a decade, targeting lone travelers on isolated stretches of Route 66. They'd take their victims' vehicles to different locations to avoid suspicion, sometimes keeping their victims for weeks before. I still don't know the full extent of what they did. The detectives spared us those details, but their faces when they came back from processing the scenes told me everything I needed to know. It's been 3 months now. Lisa and I keep in touch. Trauma creates a bond that's hard to explain to others. She's in therapy, trying to piece her life back together. I'm doing the same. I haven't driven alone at night since then. I'm not sure I ever will again. Every gas station, every stretch of empty highway, every flickering light sends me right back to that night. The authorities tell me all the perpetrators are in custody, but I can't shake the feeling that there are more of them out there, watching and waiting on dark, lonely roads. Story 17. I've been meaning to write this up for a while now, but I kept putting it off. Even after months have passed, I still get chills thinking about what happened. I'm a police officer in Elmwood, a small town where not much happens. We get the occasional drunk driver, some petty theft, and teenagers causing mischief, but nothing that would make the evening news. That all changed last November. It was one of those foggy November nights where you can barely see 10 feet in front of you. I was assigned to patrol the outskirts of town, which meant driving down dark country roads with nothing but my headlights cutting through the thick fog. I'd been on the force for almost 8 years at that point, so these lonely patrols didn't usually bother me. Around midnight, the radio crackled to life. Dispatch reported a possible break-in at the old Anderson house on Maple Street. My stomach immediately knotted up. Everyone in Elmwood knows about the Anderson house. It's been abandoned for decades, ever since the family died in that horrible fire back in the 70s. Kids dare each other to spend the night there, and there are all sorts of stories about strange noises and lights coming from inside when no one should be there. I radioed back that I was about 15 minutes away and would check it out. My partner Garrett was on the other side of town, but said he'd head over too when he finished responding to a noise complaint. The fog seemed to get thicker as I approached Maple Street. The old house sat at the end of the road, partially hidden by overgrown trees. Even from the street, I could tell it was in bad shape. The paint was peeling, some windows were boarded up, and the yard was completely wild. I parked my cruiser and grabbed my flashlight, giving it a couple of taps to make sure it was working properly. As I walked up the cracked pathway to the front door, I felt like someone was watching me. I looked around but couldn't see anyone through the fog. Just nerves, I told myself. The front door was closed but not locked. That wasn't surprising. The lock probably hadn't worked in years. "Elmwood Police," I called out as I pushed the door open. "Anyone in here?" The door creaked loudly as it swung inward. The smell hit me immediately. Musty air, rotting wood, and something else I couldn't quite place. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a dusty entryway with peeling wallpaper and a staircase directly ahead. There was no sign of forced entry, which was odd considering the call we'd received. I swept my flashlight around the first floor, checking the living room and kitchen. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were no footprints except my own. It looked like no one had been there in ages. I was about to call in a false alarm when I heard it, footsteps from upstairs. They were faint but unmistakable, like someone walking slowly across old floorboards. "Police officer," I shouted up the stairs. "Identify yourself." No response, just more soft footsteps. I should have waited for Garrett, but something compelled me to check it out. I drew my gun and started up the stairs, keeping my flashlight pointed ahead. Each step creaked under my weight, and I winced at how loud I was being. If someone was up there, they definitely knew I was coming. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors, all closed except for the one at the far end, which was slightly ajar. As I moved toward it, I noticed the temperature dropping rapidly. By the time I reached the door, I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. It was like stepping into a freezer, which made no sense since the rest of the house was actually pretty stuffy. I pushed the door open with my foot, gun at the ready. The room appeared to be a child's bedroom, with faded pink wallpaper and an old wooden rocking chair by the window. The chair was moving, rocking back and forth as if someone had just gotten up from it. But there was nobody there. I'll admit, I almost backed out right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave, but I had a job to do, so I stepped into the room, scanning every corner with my flashlight. That's when the door slammed shut behind me with such force that dust rained down from the ceiling. I spun around and grabbed the doorknob, but it wouldn't turn. I was locked in. "Hey!" I shouted, pounding on the door. "Is someone out there?" The temperature dropped even further. I'm not exaggerating when I say it must have been well below freezing in that room. My fingers started to go numb, and my breath came out in thick white clouds. The rocking chair stopped moving abruptly, and the room fell completely silent. That's when I felt it, a presence behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran down my spine. Slowly, I turned around. Standing in the corner was a woman in a faded dress that looked like something from the 20s. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, and her eyes, they were hollow, like deep wells of sadness. I could see the wallpaper through parts of her, but she was still somehow more real than anything I'd ever seen. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My training hadn't prepared me for this. She lifted a ghostly hand and pointed to something in the opposite corner. I forced myself to look and saw a small, ragged doll lying there. It looked ancient, with button eyes and yarn hair. "Help us," she whispered, her voice sounding like rustling leaves. "Please help us." Before I could respond, she vanished, just disappeared into thin air. At that exact moment, the door burst open, and Garrett stood there, looking confused. "Mike, what the hell are you doing in the dark? I've been calling your name for 5 minutes. I realized my flashlight had died. I hadn't even noticed. According to Garrett, I'd been in that room for nearly 20 minutes, though it felt like only seconds to me." I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words sounded crazy even to my own ears. Garrett looked skeptical, but didn't push it. "Let's get out of here," he said. "Place gives me the creeps." As we headed downstairs, I heard footsteps behind us, following at a distance. When we'd stop, they'd stop. When we'd move, they'd move. Garrett heard them too, but every time we turned around, there was nothing there. By the time we reached my cruiser, we were both practically running. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, Lila Anderson. I didn't know how I knew her name, but I was certain it was her. The next day, I went to the town library and asked about the Anderson family. The librarian, an older woman named Martha who'd lived in Elmwood her whole life, knew exactly what I was talking about. "Terrible tragedy," she said, pulling out a stack of old newspapers. "Fire broke out in the middle of the night back in 1973. Thomas Anderson and their 2 children died in the blaze." "What about his wife?" I asked. "Lila?" Martha looked surprised. "How did you know her name?" "It wasn't in the papers much. Just heard it around town," I lied. "Well, that's the strange part. Lila wasn't found in the house. Some people think she started the fire and ran off, but she was never seen again. Her body was never recovered." I spent the next week digging through old records and newspaper articles. The more I learned about Lila, the more certain I became that she was the woman I'd seen. She'd been a school teacher before marrying Thomas, who ran a successful lumber business. They had 2 children, Emma, age 8, and James, age 6, when they died. I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Help us. What did she want help with? I decided to go back to the house, but not alone this time. I contacted a group of paranormal investigators who agreed to meet me there. Garrett thought I was losing my mind, but he came along anyway, probably to make sure I didn't do anything stupid. We went at night, just like before. The investigators brought all kinds of equipment: EMF meters, thermal cameras, digital recorders. I led them to the upstairs bedroom, feeling the same drop in temperature as we approached. One of the investigators, a woman named Rachel, stopped suddenly at the doorway. "There's someone in there," she whispered. I looked past her and saw Lila standing by the rocking chair. She looked directly at me, recognition in her hollow eyes. The investigators' equipment went crazy, lights flashing, meters spiking, cameras malfunctioning. "Find the truth," Lila said, her voice clearer this time. "Please find the truth." She vanished again, but this time she left something behind. The doll she'd pointed to before, now sitting in the middle of the floor. I picked it up, and a piece of paper fell out from inside it, so old it nearly crumbled in my hands. It was a letter, written in faded ink, from Thomas to someone named Victor, about taking care of the problem and making it look like an accident. Over the next few months, I became obsessed with the case. I took time off work to dive into old records, interview elderly residents who remembered the Andersons, and piece together what really happened. The truth was darker than anyone had imagined. Thomas Anderson had been involved in illegal logging operations and money laundering. Lila had discovered evidence and threatened to go to the police. According to a witness I tracked down, Thomas's former business partner, who was now in his 90s, Thomas had killed Lila and buried her body somewhere on the property. He then set the fire to destroy evidence, not realizing his children were home at the time. He died trying to save them. I went back to the house one last time, alone. I wanted to tell Lila what I'd found. As soon as I entered the upstairs bedroom, I felt a warm presence surround me, not cold like before, but comforting, peaceful. "I know what happened," I said to the empty room. "I know the truth now." The warmth intensified, wrapping around me like an embrace. Then it was gone, and I knew Lila had finally found peace. We excavated the backyard the next day and found human remains buried beneath an old garden shed. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Lila Anderson. She was finally given a proper burial beside her children. I still drive by the Anderson house sometimes. It's scheduled for demolition next month. The footsteps don't follow me anymore, and the rocking chair sits still when I check. But sometimes, when the fog rolls in thick on November nights, I swear I can see a woman in a 20s dress, standing at the upstairs window, finally at peace. Story 18. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 4 years since that night at Ruby's gas stop, but I swear it feels like yesterday. I guess that's what trauma does to you. I've seen countless therapists, tried meditation, even moved 3 times, but I can't shake what happened. Maybe writing it all down will help. I don't know. I was working the graveyard shift at this rundown gas station off Route 32 in Wyoming, about 40 miles from anything resembling civilization. Ruby's gas stop was this forgotten little place sandwiched between endless stretches of wilderness. The owner, Earl, not his real name, was this cheapskate who refused to update anything. Flickering fluorescent lights, ancient security cameras that barely worked, and a heating system that made weird clicking noises all night. The job was simple. Sit behind the counter, ring up the occasional trucker buying coffee, and make sure nobody stole the beef jerky. The pay was garbage, but I needed the money for college, and the overnight hours let me study when it was quiet, which was most of the time. That night, April 12th, 2019, was unusually cold for spring. The wind was making this eerie howling sound through the broken weather, stripping on the door. I remember checking my watch at 1:48 in the morning because I was counting down the hours until my shift ended at 6. That's when I heard it, the sound of tires on gravel. Through the grimy windows, I saw headlights cutting through the darkness, way too bright, like someone had cranked them beyond their normal setting. The car pulled up to pump number 2, a black sedan that looked ancient but somehow immaculate. It was one of those old-school models from maybe the 50s or 60s with the rounded edges and chrome trim. Even in the dim light of the station, it looked polished to perfection. I waited for the driver to get out, maybe come inside for the bathroom key or to pay cash for gas. Nobody came. The car just sat there, engine running, headlights blazing so bright they were reflecting off the metal of the gas pumps and creating these weird shadows across the lot. After about 5 minutes, I started getting annoyed. We had a policy about customers pumping their own gas after midnight. Safety reasons, Earl said, though I think he was just paranoid about drive-offs. I grabbed my Ruby's gas stop vest, mandatory uniform, embarrassingly bright red, and headed outside. The cold hit me immediately. It was that kind of sharp, dry cold that makes your lungs hurt. As I approached the car, something felt wrong. The air around it seemed different somehow, like the temperature dropped another 10 degrees in just those few steps. "Evening. Need some help with the pump?" I called out, trying to sound cheerful despite the growing unease in my stomach. No response. The windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside clearly, just the silhouette of someone sitting behind the wheel. They weren't moving. I tapped on the driver's side window, and that's when I got my first real look at him. The window rolled down with this smooth, silent motion that seemed off for such an old car. Inside was a man, at least I thought it was a man, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face. His hands were resting on the steering wheel, pale and unnaturally long-fingered. "Sir, you need gas?" I asked, leaning slightly to try and see his face better. His head turned toward me with this weird mechanical precision. "Not yet," he said, his voice sounding like sandpaper on metal. I can't explain it properly. It was like he was trying to imitate how a human voice should sound, but couldn't quite get it right. That's when I noticed there was no license plate on the car, not even a temporary tag or anything, just a blank space where it should have been. We can't have cars idling at the pumps if you're not getting gas," I said, making up a rule because something inside me was screaming to get this guy to leave. He didn't respond for what felt like forever. Then, without warning, he opened the door. I stumbled back as he unfolded himself from the driver's seat. He was tall, maybe 6'5", and rail thin. His movements were all wrong, jerky in some places, too fluid in others, like watching someone who'd learned human movement from a badly edited instructional video. "I'll return," he said, and walked past me toward the darkness beyond the gas station's lights. He didn't walk toward the store or the restrooms or even the road. He just walked straight into the pitch-black emptiness behind the station, where there was nothing but scrubland and eventually mountains. I stood there watching until he disappeared completely into the darkness. The car was still running, headlights still blazing. I debated what to do. Company policy said never leave a car running unattended at the pumps, but something told me not to touch that vehicle. After a minute or two of internal debate, I decided to go back inside and call Earl. It was his gas station. Let him make the call. Of course, Earl didn't answer. He never did after 10 p.m. I left a message explaining the situation and went back to my spot behind the counter, making sure I had a clear view of the black sedan through the window. Hours passed. The car just sat there, engine running, lights on, no sign of the driver. I tried to focus on my textbook, but kept glancing up every few seconds. Around 3:30 in the morning, the lights in the store flickered, then went out completely. This wasn't unusual. Power outages happened at least once a month out there, but the timing made my skin crawl. I grabbed the flashlight we kept under the counter and shined it toward the window. The car was gone. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, pump number 2 was completely empty. No car, no headlights, nothing. I hadn't heard it drive away. There had been no sound of an engine revving, no tires on gravel, nothing. It had simply vanished. The emergency generator kicked in a few seconds later, bringing the interior lights back at about half strength. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were footprints in the dust on the floor, footprints that weren't mine. The floor at Ruby's was perpetually dirty. Earl's idea of cleaning was to occasionally sweep the biggest debris into a pile and leave it for the morning shift. There was always a thin layer of dust everywhere. And now, leading from the front door to the area right behind my chair, were distinct footprints. They stopped directly behind where I had been sitting for the past hours. Someone had been standing behind me. While I was watching the car, someone had been inside the store, standing silently behind me. I spun around, half expecting to see the strange man there, but there was nothing. The footprints just stopped, as if whoever or whatever had made them had simply ceased to exist at that spot. That's when I heard it, a scraping sound coming from outside, near the dumpsters at the side of the building. It sounded like metal dragging across concrete, slow and deliberate. Every instinct told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait for morning. But some stupid part of my brain, the part that makes people walk towards strange noises in horror movies, made me take the flashlight and head for the side door. The scraping got louder as I approached. I paused with my hand on the push bar, gathering my courage, then shoved the door open and pointed my flashlight toward the sound. There he was, the man from the car, crouched beside our dumpster, his back to me. He was doing something with his hands, making those scraping sounds as he moved them across the concrete. "Hey!" I called out, my voice cracking from fear. "The station's closed. You need to leave." He stopped moving but didn't turn around. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he began to stand up, unfolding himself in that same wrong way I'd noticed before. When he turned to face me, I saw that his hat was gone. His head was pale and hairless in patches, like something had been eating away at his scalp. But it was his face that made me stumble backward in horror. His eyes were just empty. Not empty like vacant or soulless. Empty like literal black holes in his face, with no eyeballs, no nothing. Just two black voids where eyes should be. His mouth stretched into this grotesque parody of a smile, revealing yellowed teeth that were too numerous and too sharp to be human. They didn't fit in his mouth properly, like they'd been crammed in as an afterthought. "Daniel," he said, and hearing my name in that sandpaper voice made me want to vomit. "You've been watching." I don't remember dropping the flashlight. I don't remember running back inside. The next thing I knew, I was in my car, keys in the ignition, tearing out of the parking lot so fast I nearly crashed into the sign out front. I drove straight to the nearest town, checked into a motel, and called Earl at dawn to quit. He was pissed, of course, demanded I return my vest and keys. I told him to mail my final check and that he could keep the vest. I was never setting foot in that place again. He thought I was overreacting to a weird customer or something, but I know what I saw. I moved away from Wyoming completely a month later. Couldn't stand being anywhere near Route 32. I finished my degree online while working days at a grocery store where there were always people around. But here's the thing. It didn't end that night. Sometimes, usually when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear that scraping sound outside my window. It doesn't matter where I live. I've moved 3 times across 3 different states, and it follows me. Last week, I woke up at exactly 1:48 in the morning. Outside my apartment, there was a black sedan with impossibly bright headlights. It was just sitting there, engine running, the silhouette of a driver behind the wheel. I closed my blinds and hid in my bathroom until morning. When the sun came up, the car was gone. But on my welcome mat was a Ruby's gas stop vest, folded neatly, with my old name tag still pinned to it. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know what it wants from me. All I know is that it found me once, and it can find me again. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night and see bright headlights in my rearview mirror, I wonder if I'll ever truly escape what happened at that forgotten gas station in Wyoming.